months is people want a park, right? The economic development meeting the other day, that was a big topic of discussion. Another piece was they don't want an HOA, so the city would manage that park. And what she's saying is, hey, we'll do that for you in this project. Again, if it goes to the other project, there is no park because it's just not there. And so what I hear from her is she's trying to really work with the city and with you guys and with recommendations from other people. Now, I also know you guys probably hear a lot more negative stuff, and people will talk more on the negative side than on the positive side. But the numbers that she just threw out there about how much, I mean, it doubles the city income from the tax level just by one thing, right? I know the school district's a separate piece of the puzzle, but I don't know what their budget is, but by bringing that many more students, that significantly changes the school's budget as well. The two things that I've heard in the community that they don't want, and you've heard them as well, is the concrete jungle. And then the second one is they're just worried about the strain on the utilities. And what Ms. Adrian has been saying is they have to pay to do what is going to cause the strain in their development. So they have to pay for any upgrades that's needed to get water. The developer, WBW, has to put the sewer lines in their development. That's something that the city doesn't have to worry about down the road. Now, I don't know about, I think Mr. Tucker was talking about street quality, or this gentleman right here. And I think all those things are just details that get to be worked out. My input, my thing is, this is the right vote or something like this. And again, I know you're going to hear a lot more negatives, but if it gets turned down, they don't have to come back again and offer another opportunity. They can just go build the 400 or 377 lots or whatever the number was, and then what happens from there happens from there. So I'm grateful that you guys are in those seats. I just want you to hear a little bit of encouragement because you got a tough decision that has to be made. But I really feel like they've put a lot of energy and work into compromising to meet some of the same standards and to help the city do what the city wants to do. And so that's where my 2 cents are.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir? You want to come to the mic, sir? We do have internet now, so we are live.
That are going to be available to buy these lots, are they your builders or they be local builders here be able to buy them?
That is the one thing we don't do. I said we're a full shop. We stop at construction. We build lots. We have builder partners. We have national, regional, so we have many builder partners. We open it up to a lot of different builders.
What I think is very important, being this is a local project, that local builders be able to access a certain percentage of the lots at least, because there's a lot of builders in that support this town. A lot of subcontractors, et cetera. And these regional builders bring in all their outside subs, their outside building, everybody's outside. D.R. Horton, they're come from Austin, wherever, to Waco, Dallas, But it's key to me, if it's going to be part of the community, the community needs to be involved in construction of it. So.
Does anybody else have any other comments? Yes, ma'am. Come on up here. And who are you, ma'am?
I'm Devaney Job. I'm a realtor. I know most of y'all know me. And I'm not coming up here to tell y'all do this because I'm going to get a sale. That's not the case. She works as the developer, and then these builders come in and pick them up and start building their production homes. Yes, I've sold them. I actually have one pending right now in Troy. So if we're gonna really kind of compare, Troy is our best comparison here. So I'm kind of gonna piggyback off of what Charles said. If we wanna look at community development, we're in I-35 corridor here. So you've got people that are commuting from Temple to home, from Waco to home. So this is really a good central spot, and I do believe that, this plan, it's a win-win for our city. I don't think we can prevent any more growth, but this would be a good direction because you're just adding people, and we need people, our businesses need people, our school, I mean, $5 million a year, I mean, that's amazing. You know, I mean, my kids go there. I want that, you know? But I think this would be a positive direction, and even in a $300,000 home, yeah, that's not even really affordable. That's $2,500 payment. You know, that's just where we are. But I think that people, and just seeing real estate, you know, they're buying those homes because they're first-time home buyers at this point. So those first-time home buyers are having babies. And those babies are gonna grow up, and now they're gonna go to Troy, they're gonna go to Lorena, they're gonna go to all these other places, but we should put them here. And they want to come here, but there's just not enough housing. So I think this would create a good opportunity. I was torn, because I actually know Doug lives right next door, you know? So I do think about those things, but I do think that it's positive. I think it's positive for the kids. I think you don't lose here. I don't see where you could lose. And I think if somebody were to show me that, then maybe I could have a different mindset around it, but I don't think you lose. And I do believe that, you know, you'd bring in a lot of people here. And I think that's truly, if I were to see a growth in Bruceville-Eddy, I'd rather see it grow in numbers like that versus apartment buildings or something, you know. This is more of the direction that I would want to see it go. And I am kind of piggybacking off of what Charles said. This is probably it's a great plan.
Yeah.
And it's not gonna cost us anything, so I highly recommend that we consider it.
Thank you, ma'am, appreciate it. Anybody else have any comments or anything to talk about? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Wiggins?
Only thing is, some people's asked me about the street size. In other words, the width of the streets.
So the internal streets? You're
Yes.
talking about the internal ones?
Yes.
So the city allows for 2 different types of residential internal streets. There's 2, and the ones that we're doing, it would be a 50-foot right-of-way, and it would be a 30-foot back of curb to back of curb with curb and gutter. The second street standard that the city has is a 60-foot right-of-way, but that's with ribbon curb and bar ditches on the side, more of a rural type street section. So we're going for more of the residential one. So it would be 30 feet back of curb to back of curb.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Would you agree with that, Kent?
I think we do have Collector Street as well, and so at least one of those streets there might end up being a Collector Street determination.
Yeah, depending on classifications through the
Sure.
plating process, if we had a street that was classified as a collector, it may be wider.
Yeah, well, Collector Street is 80 foot wide according to our ordinance.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. McGuire,
Okay.
did you have a question? You had your hand, okay. Ms. McLaughlin?
Yes, this is for the developer. You had said earlier with this. I've got it on, but it does, I can yell if I need to, just ask my family. You said earlier, is this gonna all be single-family homes? You don't plan on putting?
No duplexes, nothing. I use
duplexes,
that as an
townhomes?
example, probably not a great idea,
Okay.
but all single-family homes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know, thank you.
All right. Anybody else have any comments or questions?
I got a couple, ma'am.
Okay, yes, sir.
Kind of a piggyback on the question earlier about the local builders, would that be something that we would be able to put into the planning development? Wording that like a certain percentage would be at least able to be bid on by local builders? Or is
I
that
think-
something we weren't-
I think so. I don't know. That would be an attorney question. I mean, is that something that we would think about and consider? Absolutely. That would be an attorney
Yeah,
question, though. I know
get
there's
like
so
it's a
many.
good idea, but is it something we could actually put in, hey, we're going to at least give this much of a percentage, but that's.
That we're gonna give
I
a
agree with you.
percentage and opportunity,
Yeah.
you know, as long as obviously they're, paying whatever the fair market value. Yes.
Yeah.
If it's legal, sure.
I also have another question. I've had several people ask me about the big oak trees on that property.
Yes.
Are those trees in part of that, what would be dedicated as the park?
Yeah. And this is actually the picture that I'm showing. This is this pond here, and this is this big oak tree here, and that would be part of the dedication.
I got you. And the other question, I'm not sure if you know the answer to it, but I was asked this. Are these going to be rental properties at all? Is there any control over what the person does after they buy it under either of these, or how's that work?
So they're not intended to be rental properties. There is no control after. It was kind of said that they did not want an HOA. Without an HOA, you can't control anything unless the city were to make some rules or regulations around that, and I don't know that they can.
That was my assumption, but
Yeah.
like I said, it was asked to me, I was like, I'll
I
definitely
mean,
ask the
I
question.
will go ahead and say, by the time people have mortgages on these, they're probably not gonna get the rent
Yeah.
rates they need, but.
Gotcha.
All right, any other questions or comments? Yes, ma'am.
Cherie McGrewer from 915 Old Moody Road. I want to say I appreciate all the work that they've gone into redeveloping this plan. As a citizen, I would like to have a little less than 48% of 6,000 square feet and a little bit more in the little bigger lots, but that's my opinion on the properties. I do like the idea of the park, because I know a lot of people are looking forward to that. So I just want to thank them for coming up with something that's a little bit more acceptable than the last two plans.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. River?
The only thing I'm gonna point out is, as we started this process, we were here and here, and one of the things we've said over and over and over is we need to come here. And I think you've done an excellent effort of trying to come here and here to meet in the middle and give some of what we want and some of what you originally desired. So I just wanna make that comment.
Okay, anyone? Go ahead, go ahead, ma'am.
I was just gonna say, I appreciate that, that's kind of our goal from the beginning, to not come back and ask for the same thing a third time and come back and workshop with everyone,
Done
so.
everything we've asked you to do. Anybody else have any comments or questions? Okay, somebody said one. Okay, yes, sir.
My main concern is going back to those street widths. And I think the city really, ordinance is an ordinance, but with that dense of a population going in there, a 30-foot street, is that what we said, 30-foot curb to curb? That's narrow. You got a car parked on this curb, a car parked on this curb, you're getting one car through if somebody else is coming through. And, cause a 50 or 60-foot lot, you're gonna get one car in the garage probably, if one full-size vehicle, unless you got two little ones. That's just a major concern I've got, and you start talking about trash collection and stuff like that, where you're gonna put trash cans if everybody's parked up and down the road. It's just a lot of things I think needs to be considered as far as street widths and how long these streets are gonna last and with that much traffic going on, so.
Yeah, that would be something that the city could push with that. Okay, anybody else have any comments or questions? All right, if not, we're gonna move on to the next. Number 4. All right.
I'll second.
Okay, it is now 5:59 and our workshop is now closed, and we're gonna take a short pause, and then we will be back with our regular council meeting. Thank you. Turn your mics off. Okay, yeah, excuse me, may I have your attention? May I have your attention, please? We have scheduled our regular council meeting for 6:30, so that's gonna give us about 30 minutes to sit around and visit with your neighbors, cuss and discuss, hugs, kisses, slaps on the hand, whatever, and give us time to get ready for our council meeting. Thank you. No, that's. Meeting is in order here. So if you please have seats. Okay. This is our regular city council meeting for February the 27th of 2025 at 6:30 p.m. Meetings are available to watch on our YouTube channel, which we do have internet now. Search for the city of Bruceville-Eddy and click the subscribe button. Please mute your phones and computers to avoid any interference during the meeting. Again, thank y'all for all being here. We appreciate it. I love to see seats in the seats. And that way, that shows me that you are concerned about something, or you want to talk about something, or at least you want to see what's going on. And that is wonderful. Okay. All right, if y'all would please stand for prayer. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for tonight. We thank you for all the citizens and their concerns. Lord God, we thank you for our city administrator, our city council, and our first responders, our police department, our fire department. I thank you for all the city workers, because without the city workers, our city would not be functioning, because they are out there every day making sure things are going right. Lord God, I just pray that you'll continue to keep watching over all of us and guide us all in the right direction. I ask that you give us all the strength, the courage, and the wisdom to be able to take care of our city, to be able to do the right things for the citizens, and just to keep things going, Lord God. And Lord, I just want to say thank you for everyone. I mean, we couldn't make it. Our town needs our citizens. We are a good community. Lord, I want to pray for the family that lost their home in our fire that we had this last week. Everybody was okay, thank to you, and we just want to say thank you for all of that. And if there's anybody else out there, Lord, that I have not mentioning and that need us, give us some sign to let us know, and we'll have prayers for everyone out there. Lord God, I ask for all these things in the precious name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, and one indivisible. You may have a seat, please. All right, to my left, I have Councilman Wiggins and Councilman McGruer, and our city administrator, Kent Manton. And to my right, I have Councilman Richardson, Councilman Prater, and Councilwoman McLaughlin. And in the back, we have our Chief Dorsey, of our police department, and we have Pam Combs, our city secretary, in the back. And we have our engineer here, and that we have, oh, my brain just went dead. Johnny Tabor and Chris. I couldn't think of Chris, is what my brain was going, and sitting here. And then we have Johnny way back there in the back with that, yeah, he is, that good-looking beard back there. And Gene Sprout, our water engineer, okay? He's over all the water department, so he takes care of us out there when we need something. I mean, they're always busy. Always. But anyway, thank y'all. All right, moving right along. Community announcements. Do we have any community announcements at this moment? Yes, ma'am.
So as you can see on the screen, we have the First Friday Bingo. A lot of good prizes. If you check them out on Facebook, you can see what we're going to be offering up. And the mocktail for that evening is going to be a St. Patty's Punch, which is kind of a limeade drink with lime sherbet in it. Ooh. So it's kind of like a float. And then also on the screen, the vendor fair will be outside from 10 to 2 on the 15th. Come and shop and enjoy. And then I just want to put in a plug for the Masonic Lodge, because that's not on the screen. They have their chili lunch this weekend on Saturday the 1st from 11 to 2.
Okay.
So I think it's $12 a plate.
It's good chili.
Is that right, Frank?
Is that right, Frank?
Chili's $12?
I'm sorry?
Chili this weekend, is it $12?
10.
$10, so
You're trying to
hot
make
deal.
extra money. I mean, I hear you.
All
Okay.
right, so those are the 3 events that I know of going on. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Anybody else have any other announcements? Okay, I will make one. As I said, the gentleman, him and his dog, they lost their home from a fire on 3rd Street this last week, and they lost everything. So we are taking up any kind of donations, clothes, food, money, you name it. We're taking it for him. We'll get it up here, and we're going to make sure he gets a hold of it. We've had several people bring things. The church has brought stuff. Families have brought stuff. So, but anyway, it's there if y'all want to bring something up, or if y'all just want to carry something to him. I think he's staying with his parents at his parents' house. So that was the only thing I have to say. Kent, you have anything? Okay, moving right along. All right. Citizens' presentation. The City Council welcomes public comments at this point on items not specifically listed on the agenda. Speakers must sign up before the meeting begins. Speakers are limited to 5 minutes each. The council cannot respond to the matters not listed on the agenda until a future meeting. And I think we have 2 people that have signed up. Is that correct? Okay. First one that I have in my hand is Rick Edmondson at 851 West 3rd Street. Rick?
Okay. My wife and I moved here in 2006. And so we've been here for a while now. But when we moved here, we didn't have any of this rumbling, house-shaking stuff that we get nowadays out of SpaceX. My concern is when they run that rocket wide open, my house shakes. What's it doing to the structure of my house? So I know y'all can't do anything about it, but this is something that we need to address with SpaceX, McGregor, whatever, because the sound waves are longer and they don't affect McGregor like they do here in Bruceville-Eddy. So that's my point to make. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. All right. The next one that signed up is Sonia Prater at 190 Soul Circle. Sonia?
Okay, so I am one that has to watch the council from the internet because of my work schedule. And the problem I have is I can't hear y'all on the internet.
You can't hear me?
I hear you, I hear Wiggins, I can hear Kent. The rest of y'all, I need you to like kiss your microphones. I can't hear you, especially Richard. I'm sorry. I cannot hear you.
Mr. Prater, meet bus. I'll fit right up
Plus,
underneath it.
when it's a little frustrating watching because there's a lot of interruptions, especially from the council. So when one person is talking, somebody else is over talking or interrupting or trying to complete the sentence or move it on when the statement hasn't even been completed. So please, can y'all wait till the statement's done or that person's done speaking before y'all go to whatever debate y'all are having so that we can hear the whole issue? And please just speak in your microphones. The other thing I have to say is thank you, Kent. I know I see you. I see you working after hours, before hours, weekends. I see the public saying it's your fault, and it's not. They just don't understand all the back part of it. I see you, and I really, really appreciate you being there for the city, being their communication, being organized, and that's all I have to say.
I know it's not on the agenda, but the kudos don't go to me alone. All of our staff members are in the thick of it with this sewer system project. So thank you for that applause. It goes to each and every one of them as well.
All right, we have one more speaker, and that's John Coleman at 320 Franklin Road. John?
With our sewer system problems that's been going on for a while, where I live on Franklin Road, it got to the point where none of us could even access our homes. And they would pile up everything so that not even an ambulance or a fire truck or anything could get over there, period. And I talked to Ken about it, and he was telling me that he was having a real problem with communication with them because they wouldn't listen. Now, I'm just giving a little advice on this because it worked for me. I'm the type of person, you know, if you don't want to work with me, I'm going to make life really, really hard on you. I live here, I pay taxes and all that, so they went way beyond what they should have, and there was no supervision. And I found out by calling and finding out with the company there, and I talked to their foreman, and I talked to another person with them, and I had a little come to Jesus meeting for a good half hour, 45 minutes about all the things that they were doing wrong. They said they thought they had somebody looking over for them, and I said, "You're crazy as hell." And I said, "I know you're lying to me." I said, "Because I'm here every day. Your guys don't speak English. They don't seem to understand anything. I can't communicate with them, and there's no foreman here. So they're just doing whatever they're doing, and it just whatever we say goes like the blowing wind." Well, with me having to get really upset and cranky and bent over with them, I have a way with words at times because of my temper when I don't, you know, I want everybody to do what they should be doing and do the right thing. But after I had that discussion with them, the next hour they spent cleaning up their mess. They worked all afternoon and cleaned it up, and every day since they have cleaned everything up, kept it straight. They fixed the roads, and they don't close things anymore. It got to the point where I told them if they didn't, I was going to spend money with a judge and have a restraining order and shut them down. I said, "Your construction practices are wrong. You don't follow any of the rules whatsoever." And I said, "I bet OSHA would even like to see some of it." But after that, they have changed their whole attitude. So I hope that it continues to. But I can tell you that if you're willing to talk to those people, or if you need help doing it, let me know and I'll help you out with that, because I'm real good with words and all that. I don't want any more of what was going on, and we should be able to live and get to our homes and all. So, you know, if you're willing to, Ken can give you the foreman's number, and if you're willing to chew a little bit on them, quite a bit, it will probably change, but if not, you can call me and I'm willing to do it for you.
You ain't looking for a job, are you? Might have you running around.
It's something I enjoy doing, in the company I work for.
All right, thank you. That's all of our people that wanted to speak. Okay, number 4, citizens' request for consideration, Doug and Mitty Wells. Council to discuss, consider, and probably take action on a request to install a septic system within the sewer system service area for a manufactured home approved under conditional use permit. Okay.
Yes, Mayor, Council, citizens, just give you a quick background on the request before you tonight. So Mr. and Mrs. Wells are here. They're seeking a waiver of the platting rules or a variance to install a septic system within the sewer service area. Our sewer service, or our sewer ordinance requires mandatory hookup, especially for all new structures. You can see the ordinance handout we have here before you. So the original plan that we were speaking with the Wells was to put a temporary holding tank on that property that would be pumped out until the sewer plant was up and running. However, Waco-McLennan County Public Health District is saying that that would not be allowed per state law, as there's technically a path forward via platting. So the property has some lot lines from an undeveloped subdivision that are still crisscrossing the site area where the construction is supposed to occur, the new manufactured home that was approved by conditional use permit back in August. So the request for a possible variance to the subdivision ordinance would allow for McLennan County to proceed with issuing this permit. However, this does not account for that mandatory sewer connection ordinance. So 180 days after the sewer system is operational, the structure would have to be connected to the sewer and the OSSF abandoned at the residents' cost. So this would be a great financial burden to the property owners. So just so everybody can see the site layout there, so this is the property that connects on to Hungry Hill Road, and that's from McLennan County CAD. And then over here you can see we've got a Google Earth image that was taken somewhat recently, maybe December or January of this year, or December of last year, January of this year. And so we've got the site prep work going on back here at the back portion of the property. So here's just a couple reference pictures for the front of the home. These are from a little bit back when we did the conditional use permit, so they're a little bit outdated, but pretty close. So no vacating plat was located, although we did not actually order any title work for this, so that could be a consideration that council wants to keep in mind. The subdivision ordinance, or at least the most current iteration of this, was enacted in 2016, and it controls the platting process. It's generally in line with state law. However, as we've discussed in the past, some of those timelines we had to adjust, and we're still out of line with. So here's some options to proceed and some considerations. A variance request, our subdivision ordinance does allow for that. However, the variance request has to meet the following tests. The effect of the variance would not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or injurious to the other properties around it. The conditions upon which the request of the variances are based on unique to the subdivision under consideration and not generally applicable to other properties. And due to the specific conditions or topography of the site involved, strict enforcement of these regulations would impose an undue hardship on the applicant. So it is in the opinion of the staff that the future variance request that could potentially come down the road would not meet this definition, and because it's being done for the sole purpose of subverting the mandatory sewer connection ordinance. So with that, leave it up to the applicants.
Okay, yes, sir.
So, thank you, Kent. Actually, a little bit of that may not be as up to date as current's going on right now.
Good to go.
Just for informational purpose, the subdivision plat that we're talking about that's over that was put in 1909, and nothing has happened with that. So it's kind of been abandoned for over 100 years. We're currently working with the county, the County Commissioners Court, to get a variance from that ordinance you talked about to be able to put in those temporary holding tanks so we can connect that to the sewer system as soon as it comes into play. So that's what we're working on right now, is to make that happen. The little hookup, and I think we've talked about this before, is those lot lines in the platting system. That code says that the sewer, the holding tank lines and stuff cannot cross those property, the little lot line things. So what we're really asking for as a city today is for the council to authorize Kent to be able to give the city or the county a statement saying that we're not being required to replat right now, because that would allow them us to continue with the process to get the variance for the temporary holding tanks to hook up to the city sewer system when that comes into place. So.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions about that, or did y'all understand what he was saying? Mr. Prater?
When I talked to you the other day, you said that it was okay from McLennan County was okay with everything that you was wanting to do. Do you have any paperwork or anything with that
Nothing,
says that they're okay with it? Or?
Nothing. I don't know if he's talked to Ken or not. They were talking with Ken a little bit, so I don't know if he told Ken that or not. But they said that and I can probably get that from them pretty easily. But they said that if we got that statement, because the plot is in the city of Bruceville-Eddy, the city of Bruceville-Eddy is in charge of how they deal with the plot and replotting or not plotting and all that kind of stuff. The county doesn't have really any issue in that part. So they said if the city's okay with not replatting, then that's all they need to go forward with their processes.
Oh.
But the last time I think he talked to you, he was kind of about wanting to have the septic system in because of it can physically go there. So now we're going farther down the code and talking to the county Commissioners Court to get the variance to be able to put the temporary tank in so that we can hook up to the.
Okay, yeah, I'm tracking with that now. So I don't mind, if council's okay with it, writing an email to the county commissioners court and Judge Felton saying that we have this sewer system, coming down the road. It's gonna be online in the next year to 2 years, so a temporary holding tank would be the most ideal situation for you to, continue with your development and just kind of wait out until sewer is available.
And the one part they would need, they need the statement saying that we're not being required to replat, is what they need.
So that would be a council discretionary item. The ordinance does say that you do have to replat if any structure is gonna be crossing a lot line. And the problem with this is, as you mentioned, there was an old subdivision plat, and it's really hard to see on this map. But we've got these dotted lines that kind of crisscross, and you can see it was set up for some houses at one point and a street that would go down through the middle. So until a replat is done of this property to make it all a uniform singular tract or lot, then you've got a drainage field from a septic or a manufactured home that could potentially be going on multiple lots. It's really just kind of a technical thing, but I don't personally have that authority. That's city council to do either a variance or completely waive your subdivision rules for this case.
I just want to say, like, me personally, I see no problem with this. I mean, I'm in support of it.
All right. Anybody else have any problem with it or anything they want to say? Mr. Wiggins?
Just to understanding, I would want to add in maybe the motion that you fully understand that if we do this, you are going to have to hook up to the sewer.
Oh, that's the point of putting in the temporary holding tank, is to hook up to the sewer system.
Okay.
And what I understand, y'all just can't move into it until y'all get this part done.
We're paying a mortgage on a brand-new house, we can't get into it.
Can't get
It's
into it,
sitting
all
there.
right.
Also,
Okay, anybody else? Mr. Brewer? His finger doesn't work on the
He's got a
mic.
magic finger. Okay, so what I understand then is you intend to, in the future, hook up to the sewer system, right?
Absolutely.
And then, rather than build a septic system in there, you're gonna put a holding tank, and once the sewer system's in, then you're just gonna hook up, and then,
That's the plan.
at your cost, you're gonna dispose of that holding tank.
That's the plan.
Okay, all right.
Anybody else? Mr. Prater?
you have like a schedule for somebody to come, because when I had mine pumped, it was pretty expensive.
Yeah, it is a little bit expensive, but that's kind of where we're at right now.
How many gallons are your holding tanks?
We're looking at putting a 1,500 gallon one in.
1,500 gallon? Yeah, I think mine's 1,000, so,
Okay, all right.
yeah, that's, okay, yeah.
I didn't want to.
Yeah, as long as you got something in place to get that out of there.
Yeah, it'll be under the contract thing. That was
Okay.
that's part of the holding tank agreements with the county also.
Okay, I got you.
Do we have a motion of any kind?
So,
Okay, Mr. Wiggins?
okay, so basically all you need us to do is say that to have Kent to write a letter to the county, right? That we're not requiring you to do a replat.
Exactly. That's all I need.
Yeah.
Okay, do we need to add in there a part about he will be required, although he will be required to hook up to the sewer? Do we need to add that, or is that kind of a moot point?
Well, I think it'd probably be a good idea to go ahead and throw that in the motion, just so it's
Okay.
recorded on the minutes. And we do have a question back there from Pam.
Okay, Pam?
Is it on? Okay. When y'all saying for him not to replat, I don't think that would be correct, because we've made all of our other citizens replat their property if they were gonna set their home over more than one lot line.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Okay, Danielle?
Danielle McGruer, 215 Hungry Hill. I was just wondering the same thing about the platting. So if he does something in the future for his property, is going to have to come back to council again because it's not platted according to what it should be. So he ultimately needs that replat.
Not necessarily. It depends on exactly where the construction's gonna be going on the series of lots.
Yes, ma'am.
has no voice.
I don't have much of a voice. What we're just really asking is the same thing that from the city, because the city is part of that subdivision. They didn't replat when they did their sewer system and built on and across property lines. We're just asking for that same thing. Yeah, you didn't.
Yeah.
It is under the same, that subdivision is under the same subdivision that includes under the baseball field. You are over property lines, and you have built on it, and you have put a sewer system that has that, and you didn't replat.
So.
So why
the
do we
platting-
have to replat? That's what I'm asking.
Okay, I'll just say,
Yeah.
the plating rules are extremely complex, but this ordinance was not put into place until 2016. So I'm not sure when Duty Park
The
developed
Duty
out
Park's
there.
been there for a long time.
The subdivision has been there since 1906.
And if Duty Park
but this
established and the plating rules weren't put until 2016, then they wouldn't have been required.
But since 2016, hasn't anybody touched the system itself?
I have something, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, Richard?
To me, this seems like a one-off sort of situation. I mean, like, the replatting that before or after this is something that we can deal with, but this seems like all he's wanting to do is put a temporary tank in until he can hook up to our sewer and not just sit there and have to put a septic in and turn around a year later, take a septic out. I mean, it seems like a one-off situation to me.
All we're asking is the city to be able to give us that letter so that we can go to the county, put in a variance to the county, because then it goes up to the county to do the stuff for the sewer system. And then whenever the county decides.
Okay, Joyce?
I agree with the councilman. This is a special case due to our sewer coming in and them putting this home in right at your timing.
Before.
And so we need to look at it as a special case, not as what generally normally happens. And we need to consider that. It's,
Because our putting it in the property and our putting the house in that place, when we first got the meter was well before the city ever had decided and agreed upon the septic system coming in and all the stuff for the septic system. And we were in contact with the county, and the county had agreed at one time for us to be able to put in a holding tank. But then the county changed, their people changed, and now they are coming back to us and pushing us to go and get the variance through the city council, through the county council. So they're the ones, we thought we had this all tied up before, knowing that the sewer septic was gonna come in and going to hook on into the sewer septic. That was our original plan in the beginning. Because the county changed their people, gave us a thing where we're not allowed to go forward with our process until we get a letter from the city stating that we don't have to replat that little tiny area, part of that large subdivision that includes the baseball field.
Pam?
On this, I think there should be two motions, one to do with the septic or this holding tank, and the other one about replatting. I don't think
after
it
the
should
sewer.
go together.
All right.
I don't know why not.
Okay, Mr. Wiggins?
Yeah, I mean, for one, just to be clear, when y'all moved that home in there, you knew you was gonna have to have sewer, septic, right? And you knew we didn't have sewer at this time. So, that's kinda on y'all for moving it in there with not having no septic.
But what's
Now, secondly, as far as the baseball field goes, ma'am, that baseball field's been there for years, so it was there prior to this ordinance being in effect. So baseball field doesn't come into play here to me. Now, I know in the past, we've had people, we've had them to replat, because that's what the ordinance says. And we have the authority, I'll say, to grant a variance for that. And for this particular thing, I'm not opposed to, because I understand, I mean, you don't wanna spend money to put in a septic system that you're gonna be required to hook up to the sewer system when it becomes, available. Now, that's gonna cost you a lot of money. So I understand you want to put a holding tank there just until we get the septic system in, and then you'll hook up to the septic and do away with the holding tank, I presume. Is that right?
That's right, and
Okay.
actually, before we started the project, we did talk with the county, and it was agreed upon that a holding tank was gonna go in, but then, since then, the county staff has all switched over, and they have all new staff over there now, and so when it came time to actually get the permit, that's when they said, no, you have this line that's causing a problem.
Okay, okay, I mean, I don't have no problem, I don't know why, I know Pam said we ought to have two different motions, is there any, Kent, I'm gonna ask Kent's advice on that. Would it be okay to just make a motion for you to send a letter to the county, saying that we're not gonna require him to do a replat, however, that he will be required to hook up to the sewer when it's available?
I mean, I think, defer to the city secretary's recommendation on here. She's got a reasoning behind it. Maybe she can explain a little bit
Yeah.
more on that one, but.
Yeah, I'd like to hear that.
You can certainly roll them into one motion. That's not a problem. You looking
The
for two separate
reason-
votes?
Yeah, the reason for that is because our previous citizens, we've had them do the same thing. So if we had them do it, then they should do it. We shouldn't be lenient. We should stay with our ordinance that says if I would have known that there were several lots there, you probably would have had to replat that before you moved the mobile home in. But what happens, McLennan County goes and puts a property ID number on one piece of land, and it doesn't show you that some of them, that there's several lot lines there, and some do show it. So I've ran into this with other properties, and the way I look at it, I've had to have people replat because they had, I tell them on the phone that if you got two lots, you're gonna have to replat it into one, because you can't put half your house on one and half on the other. And I think we ought to stick with what our ordinances say.
But just to be clear here, this is for an unusual circumstance where you're asking me to reach out to the county and grant a waiver for a temporary holding tank. So we're not talking about a septic system with a leachate field that's gonna be crossing lot lines. That
Right.
is what we have required
Yeah.
replatting for in the past.
Right.
Mr. Wiggins?
Okay, and Pam, you're right, we have required some people to do a replat. However, if I can remember correctly, those were outside the city limits that we did that. One out in Shady Shores, I remember. But with this being inside the city limits, and he's gonna be hooked up to our sewer, this phase one, I'll say, then I don't see no reason why we couldn't.
Okay, Mr. Prater?
I'm sorry. We have had some in the city limits that had to replat.
Well, it's a special circumstance like at Shady Shores. Our ordinance says that you have to have a half an acre of land to put in a septic tank.
Right.
And we've made considerations for people that had to redo their septic tank, and they're only 1/3 acre lots out there. So we have made considerations for people in certain circumstances, and I think this kind of falls under that.
Under your variances?
I think so.
Anybody else?
Oh, well, okay, I'll make the motion, I'll make a motion that we, have Kent write a letter to the county and stating that Mr. Wells does not need a replat. However, that he will be required to hook up to the sewer, our sewer system whenever it becomes available.
I'll second.
And just to clarify before we have a vote on that.
Okay, do I need to add anything?
Well, I was just gonna clarify, do not need a replat for a holding tank, correct?
Yes, yeah, I'm sorry. Do not need a replat for a holding tank,
yeah.
yes.
It's a variance. Okay. Yeah.
Temporary.
Yeah, temporary.
Temporary holding
Yeah.
tank, okay.
All right. So Mr. Wiggins made a motion. that we're giving Kent the authority to send a letter to the city telling them that
The
we don't.
county.
To county, excuse me, that we don't have to have it replatted, but he is gonna have to hook up to the sewer when it comes in and do not have to have it replatted for the temporary holding tanks. Is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
And Mr. Prater seconded. All in favor? Unanimous. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
I'll
Moving
get with
right
you a little
along.
bit later next week, sir.
Okay. Number 5, citizens' request for consideration, Sergio Camena? Sergio? Yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm not good at pronouncing names. Council discuss, consider, and possibly take action on feedback and questions for Mr. Sergio of 406 Benton Street regarding the regulation of shipping containers, livestock, and fencing. Sir, did you want to say anything? Did he leave, or is he still here? He left. Yeah, he wasn't for,
Ms. Mayor?
yeah, yes, y'all go ahead.
I talked to him this, a couple of days ago. He was wanting, he had called up here and somebody told him that he had to have, he could have chickens, but he couldn't have a rooster. It was against our ordinance, and I come up here and checked it out, and Kent straightened it up, and he said, no, you can't have a rooster.
Yeah.
His second thing on the fence was, it says that you have to have a certain height fence so that you could see traffic coming each way, or unless it's like a see-through fence. He's wanting to put up a privacy fence on one edge of his place, and I went out there and looked at it with him. He still wants the privacy fence, but the ordinance is for, so that you don't pull out into the road and take a chance of getting hit to see somebody coming. So he asked me what I thought he could probably do, and he was gonna bring to the council, was, I told him to just pull his van up to the road, not out into the road, and build his privacy fence wherever the back of his van is.
Yeah,
And that would take care of being able to see the road both ways.
very good.
And I don't know if we can do that, but I told him it's possible that he could bring it to us to do that.
Well, and I'll just speak to the permitting process. I know nobody likes to have to deal with permits, right? Myself included, but there is a purpose for them. It's to allow staff the opportunity to review and line that up with our ordinances and work through issues that may or may not be there. And so we would just encourage them to submit that with the site plan, and we can get city secretary in touch with Bureau Veritas and just make sure that everything's checking those boxes that council's established.
Yeah, he was just wanting advice and of what he needed to do. He didn't want us to make a decision or anything. And the third thing was his Connex. And y'all know how I feel about the shipping containers. And it's back at the back of his property. Can't really hardly see it.
Can't see it from the road.
And he's planning on building a shop in front of it, so, but that's the way I feel about it. We got a Connex, and we're not up to code, so I don't see how we could tell him
Tell
that.
anybody else not to.
You're right, there
That's
you
true.
go. But that's what he was wanting.
Okay.
I was
all
just
right.
gonna add that
So there'll be, yeah, so that'll be for a later date, no action. Yes, sir.
I was just gonna add, he came up and spoke with me during the break, and he let me know that like, all of his questions that he wanted to ask had already been answered by the council in Kent.
Yeah,
So I told him he's on the agenda, he's welcome to speak, ask any questions, but he said he was good, so.
yeah, okay. All right, thank you, sir. All right, so there's no action taken on this. All right, number 6, citizen request for consideration, Christian and Tabitha Hare. Council to discuss, consider, and probably take action on a request for an extension, use permit at 105 Park Lake Drive residency within recreational vehicle exceeding 180 days while permanent home is under construction. And you want to answer that? Oh, yes, Mr. Prater.
Once again, I went out and talked to her on her property. What it is, they're building a house, their plans are almost done. They've already done the dirt work. They are making progress where they're at, but they're having to stay in it's a pretty good size travel trailer, yes. they're just wanting to be able to stay in it until they finish. They're already hooked up to their own sewer, their own light pole, everything like that. But, they're just needing some more time to get they're building a barn dominium. And believe you and me, when I called her, she was, there's a kid screaming in the background. She said, "I'm ready to get out of here today." So I don't think she's gonna be wanting to stay in that travel trailer no longer than she has to.
That's true. Yeah,
But,
they're good people.
They're good people. I have no problem with it. They've made pretty good progress out there.
But she was sick, or her kid was sick, one or the two?
Yes,
They
Both
she's
couldn't-
probably
kids.
watching on
They
YouTube.
couldn't be here tonight.
The sick
so-
kiddo. And just for clarity, we do have a RV ordinance that prohibits residency over a certain amount of time. If you go past 180 days, you do have to come request a special permission from city council. So this is what this agenda item's about tonight.
Yeah, she just wanted an extension of her days, of her 150 days. But, all right, moving along. So no action taken.
Unless,
We need to go ahead and do that
Yeah.
since she's not here. Okay.
unless anybody has any questions or concerns, I make a motion, we go and give her the extension.
Amen.
I'll
Oh,
second.
yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, and Joyce McLaughlin, second that. All in favor? Unanimous, thank you. Okay, so y'all can let her know that she has her extension. Okay? Okay, Prater, and son and Joyce, okay? Number 7, Police Chief Report, Chief Michael Dorsey. Bring it on down. Or come on down, is that what it's, come on down.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and citizens and guests. Thank you all for being here. Good seeing everybody. I'd first like to start off sharing our January 2025 Police Department report for the month of January. Calls for service, we had 145. Report-wise, to include arrest, offense, and incident, total of 18. Criminal offense arrest, total of 18 for the month. Crash reports, total of 18. Citations and warnings, total 172. Citations, 116. Warnings, 56. Also for the month, security checks, 152. School zone enforcement, 20. Neighborhood patrol activities, 43, and directed traffic enforcement activities, also 43. Also included our call type report breakdown and also our citations and warnings breakdown report in your packet. Also for the month of January, share our school resource officers report for the month. Calls for service 14, security checks 56, citations and warnings, citations 3, warnings 12, arrests are 6. And then I also included monthly activity report breakdown in your packet.
I got a question. I
Yes,
got a
sir.
question.
Yes, Mr. Prater.
On that SRO monthly activity report,
Yes, sir.
it says here that you had adult rest at 6.
Yes, sir.
Is that on school property?
No,
6?
sir.
Oh, okay, that was,
No, sir.
but that's just from his, when he's not working at the school, he works out in, or is this from school?
That was either from traffic stops or he did assist us with some cases throughout the month, and then he did work a few weekends. So, but we just include that in his
Okay.
report instead of adding him to 2 reports.
I was just
just
wondering
kept-
if we
Right.
arrest 6 people,
sir.
and plus there's 2 juvenile warrant arrests on there.
Yes, sir.
Is that included in the 6?
Yes,
Or
sir.
is it 8 altogether?
That was out of the 6.
Okay.
2 were warrants,
All right, thank you.
warrant arrests, yes, sir.
All right, thanks, sir.
Sorry, I'm not trying to confuse
No, no.
anybody.
I just had, I thought, what is going on at school that there's
There's 6 of them.
6 people being
Right.
arrested there? I'm sorry, Chief.
No, you're fine, sir. Also for the month, January, this report was January 18th through February 20th, is our city ordinance enforcement report. Total cases was 73. Out of those cases, ones that were compliant or closed, 2, non-compliant, 14. More, out of those cases, more time requested were 3, citations 54. Types of violations, animal violations were 6, rubbish 7, junk vehicles were 3, dangerous buildings were 3, open burning violations 1, livestock violations 2, RV travel trailer 1, so total violations was 23. Now, I also included in your packet the case status chart and also types of violations chart. As far as reports, that should be it.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody have any questions? Mr. Richardson?
Not so much a question, but it's just something I want to add about Chief Dorsey. I got some complaints from my neighbors on Melissa Street about the duplexes under construction, the contractors not cleaning up after themselves. Got ahold of Chief Dorsey, got him in touch with my neighbors. Spoke with my neighbor today, and she's like, it's 100% better. He did a bang-up job, so I just wanted to pass along a compliment.
Yeah.
Thank
did a
you.
great job. Thank
Yeah,
you, sir.
I will add on to that. Yeah, we have, at the police department, we have taken over, I call it city ordinance enforcement, but code enforcement, if you will, animal control. So if anyone has any complaints over those 2 areas,
Send it to him.
you can give them to Kent, but
Yeah.
Kent will forward them. Kent will forward them to us, but please speak up and let us know, make us aware so we can address them appropriately. I can promise you we will address them and get them resolved one way or another.
Okay.
We certainly like to get them addressed through voluntary compliance, but sometimes it doesn't always work that way, and additional steps have to be taken, but we'll do what we have to do to get it resolved, so
Thank
just
you.
please let us know how we can help, and we'll get it taken care of.
Thank you, sir.
So, thank you.
All right, thanks, Chief. Okay, if y'all notice, I stand up a lot. It's not because I'm just bored. I've been standing over an autopsy table all day long at the medical examiner's office working, and so I'm kind of in my back a little bit. So I just stand up to lean against the wall sometimes. So don't think I'm trying to make anybody feel bad or anything. Okay. All right. Next one is our Public Works Director report. Gene?
All right, so, looking at the work order list, we had 34 leaks last month. And a lot of them, are with, the sewer project. Some of them, if they're not mapped, we can't mark them. We're finding them just as quick as they are. But we're getting them fixed and trying to get everything noted on the maps, so it'll be up to date. I had a question, or somebody asked me what CSI meant on the list. That's for the customer service inspections. Any new resident has to have that. It's a requirement.
To me, that's crime scene investigator.
Yes, that's Johnny's job. That's Johnny's. And our water loss, is down a whole lot significantly. That's, mainly, I guess, jumping on these leaks as soon as we can. 3 of us today, and we fixed 5 leaks. So, yeah, as soon as they call, we ran out there. I just fixed an 8-inch at, 4:30, 4:15, we got called. So, we're not playing around. As soon as we get a call, we're going. That's why you may see, grass start to grow a little bit, but, I gotta keep them in water. And I did talk to Mr. Sammy Davis today. He mentioned to me about Archie and Mesquite with the sewer. So, part of Archie is not paved, it's gravel. So I talked to BlackRock, they're gonna get us a couple loads of that material, and we're gonna spread it as soon as we can to kind of make that road better for the citizens to get in and out while Mesquite is blocked. Yep. Anybody got anything?
I would just like to say we appreciate everything that you and the guys are doing. Y'all have been working your tails off out there, and we appreciate it.
Right.
Mr. Wiggins?
Okay, Gene,
Yes.
on that water loss, yes, it's down over 4 million gallons than it was last month. And the percentage is about 16% less than it was last month. And we sold about 76% of the water pumped versus last month was 43%.
Right.
So we've come a long way there. So that's a great job to y'all. I know y'all been busy, and really appreciate what you're doing.
Yeah.
Now, to move on to 2 or 3 other things. One is, we addressed earlier tonight during our workshop, and I had it on here, before spring comes, because spring means rain, hopefully. And we need to get these tin horns cleaned out. And I know specifically one over here that was on Temple and Eagle, the man that has the body shop. You know, he was here. And so I think we need to do that.
Right,
And some of the
and-
other ones around town, before the rains hit, we want to do it, not after they hit.
Right. And, you know, I mean, I see that.
Yeah.
And
I
when
know
there's
y'all
only,
are busy.
when
I
there's
know.
only 3 people like today,
I
you
know.
know, we're running in circles.
Yeah.
But we did talk to the gentleman, or got an email back, that we can get on that private property and clean that waterway
Yeah.
out down the hill.
Yeah, Kent,
So,
Kent said
yeah.
that, but we can look at some other places too.
Right.
I know you're busy, but just put it out there on your mind. And another thing was, again, I know you're busy. I didn't see any street patching since October. Not on the report since
now,
October.
the street patching, when the
Uh,
weather.
Not on our report. It
Right.
doesn't show any since October
Right.
of last year.
Because that truck, you can't run it if the weather is cold.
Yeah.
That tack oil will get hard and clog up the machine. Even though it's got a heater on it, if it's below a certain temperature outside, it's not gonna do you any good.
Okay.
And, you know, we did go get a load while I was on vacation. I think Calvin went and got a load and started some on Horseshoe Bend. And then, you know, there we go, manpower. You know, if I put 2 people out there now, Keelan's out sick, Johnny's on vacation, then it's gonna
Right.
leave 1 person to try to
Oh,
get everything done.
No, I
So,
understand.
yeah.
And one other thing that I talked with you earlier today about was the fire hydrant issue. Somebody had called me about the fire hydrant down across from the post office. It was a water leak. And when I went down there and looked, as Calvin came down there and I
Right.
called you about it, it's leaking underneath where the the fire hydrant is. And you know, you explained to me and Calvin did that it's kind of a weep hole there. And it has to do with the fire hydrant itself, not necessarily that it's a line break, but it's
Right.
the fire hydrant, and y'all have to wait until next week, I believe you said, that somebody coming?
We have a lady from Mueller, and I talked to the Ferguson sales rep, and they're coming out the 11th, I believe it is. And I had to set it up that way because I wanted to make sure all of my guys were here, not on vacation, so we can do a training, and they're gonna bring out their tool to pull the guts out of the fire hydrant so we can rebuild it. Because when you get stuff down in the bottom, now, people don't understand, when they close a fire hydrant, they wanna close it until it stops turning. You don't do that. You turn it until it gets real loose and stop, then it's closed. But if you keep turning it, you mess that seat up in the bottom. And it could be trash in there. I've seen soda cans in the bottom of fire hydrants. How they get in there, I don't know.
Yeah, but
But-
you have to have a special tool, is
Yes.
what you relayed to me. So that kind of put a light bulb went off my head and thought, well, you know, we need to make sure that we have a tool for every fire hydrant that's on our system. And I don't know how many that may be, but I think you need to find that out and get back with council and check on how many tools we need, and let's
Well-
get them, because once we have them, we'll always have them.
Right, and I've got two. I've dug them out this evening, me and Calvin did, and they're laying on the floor at the shop. When the rep comes out, we're gonna get both of them, and they can identify which hydrant those two tools work.
Right.
We may have one for that specific hydrant, but we've never worked on them. We've never
Right.
had training, so this is an opportunity for us to learn
Right.
that.
Right.
Now, I did get a quote from Ferguson's for that Mueller fire hydrant, that tool, $2,000.
A tool?
Yeah.
Yep,
Well, we gotta have it.
right.
Well, I mean, like I said, once we have it, we'll always have
Right,
it.
right.
Now, how many fire hydrants on that system, that one tool?
Will work, yes.
I don't know, I mean, but I want you to find that out.
Yeah, and I'll get the guys, hey, y'all are out checking the wells, go
Right.
by and write down the make and the year, because the year should be on the fire hydrant itself too.
Right.
Now, all of these on the interstate and on 1239 and stuff should be American Darling, so that's a good thing. So we've got
Yeah.
a good number along the interstate, but
Right.
it's what's in town and, well, I say in town, on our
Yeah.
system.
Right. Another thing, because Calvin was gonna cut that off, it basically, I mean, it would've cut the water off to that fire hydrant.
Right.
Correct? Okay, and I said, well, wait a minute, we probably don't wanna do that, because if we do, then have a fire, then they'd have to have the tool. Do they have the tool to do that?
No.
Okay. All right,
But
so,
the deal is with that is if you put a fire hydrant out of service, you have to either paint it black or put a black bag over
Okay.
it.
But-
But we did not put it out of service.
but that told me that that fire hydrant was live.
Right,
Okay, so can the fire department use it? Because if it's live, in other words, they can't bring their tool in there and cut it
Right.
off, because it's already on. Once you open that valve, that water's gonna shoot out. Are they gonna be able to hook up to it?
well, no, the fire hydrant's probably got a little bit of pressure in it, but you could take your caps off, one cap or the other, and hook a hose to it, and then open the hydrant on top.
I thought that top part was messed up, didn't work.
No, it's down inside below.
Okay.
The guts inside, something
Okay.
is messed up in there.
Okay.
And,
All right.
the lady's gonna bring out, she wanted to know what year model it was. And I told them, so they're gonna bring out a rebuild kit for that specific hydrant.
Right.
But
Okay.
that's the problem with, contractors using hydrants and stuff, is when they close them too much. And that's what damages everything in the bottom. So when you see us just turn a fire hydrant and it starts spinning real easy, we stop, because it's closed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
But-
Thank you for everything
All
y'all
right.
do.
All right, moving right along. Engineers report. Mr. Johnny?
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
I was asked to bring a report, talk about the status of the new sewer system, just to kind of get everybody on the same page. You probably are, but I'm gonna go down the list. We have 4 contractors working right now. And we have a 5th one that's waiting to work, and that's the street contractor. So going down the list, the wastewater treatment plant is about 42% complete. And those calculations are based on how much he's been paid of his total contract. Most of his work, as you can imagine, if you hadn't been out the road to see them working, is cutting rock. So they've been seriously busy at that. But they're, based on the cost, they're about 42% complete, and based on what they're doing on site, they're about 40% complete. The lift stations are 16% complete, and the reason that they're not moving very fast is they don't have the lift stations yet. So when they got the contract, they had to order the lift stations, and they're waiting on them to come in. So, and they're not gonna start any excavation on the sites or do any site work until they have that thing ready and know how big it is and how deep the hole needs to be and that sort of thing. So we're just kind of twiddling our thumbs with that contract at the moment. Customer service lines are about 28% complete. And the street repair, of course, is 0. And the wastewater collection system is 60%. This is one that I'll really relate to my first comment. So when they came in, they ordered all the materials for the entire project, and I know y'all seen them on the side of the interstate and the other places around. And we went through and looked at all of them, made sure they all were correct, and they are due payment for materials on hand, as is every contractor. So they had some pretty significant payments early in the job, which is why they're at 60%. I don't think they're at 60% complete with the sewer line work, but they have been paid 60%. And we are monitored every time there's a pay estimate come through. They have to deduct the materials that they've installed from the total that they've been paid that are on the ground. So we're keeping up with that. Questions, comments, or gripes?
Mr. Wiggins, he's putting his light on over there.
Yeah, this where I'm clear, and maybe everybody else is too. As far as the connections, once this system is finished, the total connections is 640.
The entire system?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, I was talking with Kent, and I put together some numbers that you showed me.
Right.
That you got a copy of.
Right.
And that is a simplified way to look at how much sewer is gonna be used by the complete system. And the big reason is because of the school. So the school is a contributor as well. And originally, when the permit was sought and issued, there is a significant sheet that was done that says, this is how many customers, this is what it's estimated they'll use, this is how many transient mobile homes, this is what they would use, this is how many restaurants and commercial businesses, and the school, and how much they would use. So all of those numbers go into the capacity of the plant. And TCEQ, who issued the permit, does not care whether you have 3 customers or 3,000 customers.
Right.
You're gonna be monitored based on how much goes through that plant into the creek. So your discharge is 230,000 gallons a day, and that was the number that was calculated at that time to say that's how much you have. So the point I'm getting at is I know there's a topic that's being discussed about a development, and that's kind of like you got a truck and it's ready to haul fruit, and we're gonna go down the road and somebody comes up and says, well, wait a minute, can I get this bulldozer on there? It's a totally different deal. Because we looked at the vacant lots that were in the city, we looked at the growth rate of the city. You have a number of properties that are within the current service area that could subdivide and sell lots off of them and get service off of the system that's gonna be built here pretty quick. Then there's a couple of other phases. I think we're about half. We're about half right now. So and the school's gonna be on it as well.
Right.
So it takes a good bit of study to figure out how a significant development is going to affect the sewer system and where it's gonna affect it. But the first thing that came to my mind when I heard that was, we got a wastewater treatment plant that has an absolute number that we can't exceed. And if you exceed it, they will fine you. And if you don't exceed it, but you're getting close, you're gonna have to go to Austin, apply for a permit extension, bigger permit. When this permit was acquired, it took nearly 2 years to get it. So, and I've done a number of permit amendments like this, and it's gonna eat a year easy. So, that's kind of the issues that I'm looking at.
Okay, and kind of what I'm looking at is, we have 312, basically about half, like you said, that's gonna be in this, what I call phase one. All right, now the remainder, well, let's say if it's 640 is the figure, 312, that leaves 328, that, connections, okay? So this one development over here is more than that. I guess what I'm getting at is that development, if we do that, then we can't even do phase two because we're gonna have to build another pond.
Yeah.
Right? And I mean, some people are gonna say, well, why did you build it too small? Why didn't you build it bigger? Well, the answer to that is money, folks. I mean, we could have built it bigger. We couldn't do the whole system because we didn't have the money. If we'd done the whole system, I believe the pond would have been bigger.
Yeah, actually, the plant right now.
Okay.
The ponds right now, as they sit, will treat 230,000 gallons a day.
And that's right, but according to your figures, how many connections that is, then that equates to like 640
Yeah,
connections.
I know you're looking at the, excuse me, I do this every time I get up here. I get my hands going faster than my mouth. So, but you're looking at a number that I gave you that I
Yes.
said, that looks about right.
Right.
But that is not the way to do it. It has to be done based on how much is the school gonna send to you, how much are all the customers gonna send to you, and the numbers change when you do that.
Right.
So my point of doing that was just to say,
Right.
if you add that subdivision on, you're gonna probably pop and it happens pretty quickly, you're gonna be over your permit, I think. But
Okay, so if we add that subdivision on, and then we're already gonna be over our permit, and then down the road, whenever we get to our next phase, I'll say, then we won't be able to do anything because we're already exceeded it because of this one development, possibly.
Okay, so should we, if we are considering the new development, should we go ahead at this time and ask for another permit to get
My point exactly.
Well, I don't know, because I don't know enough about what this subdivision is gonna do to your system, other than I know your plant is not big enough to handle that
Yeah.
plus the original amount.
Yeah, if I understand him right, our plant, our pond is only permitted and good for that 230,000 gallons a day. Now, with this other development coming in, that's gonna put us maxed out. So we won't have room, basically, for anybody else, or, you think about businesses, what about them? So I mean, this is something that we really, I mean, but again, it boils down to the money. We didn't have it. I mean, here you say, okay, let's build this additional pond. Let's do that, and for growth. Now, who's gonna pay for that? The first people that's on it, that phase one is gonna pay for that. Is what's gonna happen.
Well,
Now, is that fair to phase one people?
But if this new development, the way I'm seeing it, if there's new development coming in, they wouldn't put on the beginning of it. So they would have to pay for the upgrade of the sewer and all of that stuff to pay to get that new pond
They-
added on so we can get our other permits.
They should.
Yes.
And have we not talked with them about that, Kent?
We did, they've been inquiring a little bit about that. Mr. Tabor sent over a feasibility study form that I
Right.
pushed on to the developer. So once they submit their estimates to Johnny Tabor along with his consulting fee for this, then he would perform that study and give a opinion of probable cost and kind of a breakdown on how this would impact the sewer system, our lift stations, our collection system, and what potential cost the developer would have to pay to ensure that they're covering all of their new houses and that our sewer system as it is today is basically not impacted by that. Did I say that correctly? A negative or no effect by the developer
Yeah.
on the sewer system.
And that's why you need to, that's why, whether it's water or whether it's sewer, that's why you need to do a study. When you have, I mean, if you have 3 or 4 lots, you know, somebody wants to develop 5 or 6 lots or 10 lots, that's not a big deal. You
Right.
got 400,
That's a big deal.
everybody
Yes.
better set up and look at how is that gonna impact your water and your sewer.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Prater?
The developer, she said that it would be 2 to 2.5 years before they even started construction on this. So if we have to wait 2 years for a permit, that's
Plenty of time.
plenty of time to know that they're serious and get all that into engineering and all that.
Which is, that's exactly the reason that I think you need to do the study, because the way it happens is, engineer does a study, figures out how that's gonna impact your wastewater plant, your lift stations, your collection system, and everybody that's served by it, and then how you get service to them, and how you get service to the rest of the city at some point in time, and figure out how that can be staged. Because if it turns out that it's obvious that you're gonna have to have a permit increase, they're not gonna grant you that. Well, we're just Bruceville-Eddy, we need a permit, we need 300,000 gallons more.
Yeah.
They're gonna say, what are you gonna do to your plant so that you still discharge compliant waste?
Right.
So that means that they want a plan as to how that plant will be expanded so that it can meet that demand. And then you'll find out if you can get that. They will not issue you that permit until that plant expansion is done.
I got it.
Okay, all right. Anybody else have any
I
questions?
have a couple.
Okay, yes, sir.
So I guess this may be a dumb question here, but so far as the feasibility of the sewer and water infrastructure for this new subdevelopment we're talking about, all that is going to be studied and figured out before like we actually approve anything, is that correct? Okay, so that's correct.
Well, it depends on which portion. I
Yeah.
mean, there's several steps involved with the new development. If you're just talking about a zoning, you know, that could be separate from any feasibility study.
Yeah.
Planned development district. But if you're talking about the subdivision ordinance and what infrastructure would be required to support this subdivision, then yeah, you definitely want to have the studies on the front end because you know, the city would be committing to a certain amount of lots and a certain amount of capacity for our water and our wastewater system.
Okay, so what we're gonna be considering later is not the same thing that we're talking about right now, is that correct?
No, right now, the developer is just coming up with a game plan for this planned development district that would potentially create new zoning that would apply to their property specifically.
Okay, I'm just making sure I'm on the right page. And Mr. Tabor, I guess I just have, kind of bottom line, as our sewer stands right now, it couldn't support the subdivision without expansion, is that correct?
That's my opinion. And it's just.
You're smarter than I am, so.
I've not done a study to know how far they're gonna be away. Are they gonna send it all to this wastewater plant? Can we get it all to this wastewater plant? So there's a bunch of ifs in there.
Yeah.
But just to say, with what's been designed so far and what the plan is for the wastewater system, you do not have the capacity to say 400 lots, here we come.
Okay,
It won't
too
work.
easy.
Yeah.
I just have one last question for you, sir. Do you have, you're talking about it's the 300 odd, I had to look back, see the exact numbers, plus the school. Do you have any estimates at all for how much the school would take or how many leftover connections there would be after that?
Whenever we did the permit, we went to the school and talked to them about the water meters that went into the buildings and to the restroom facilities. They told us there were 3 meters that went to those purposes, meaning that that would be the water meters that produced the waste that was gonna come to the sewer system. And so we looked at those 3 meters and said, okay, this is how much they use, and it's all coming to the sewer. I mean, when you flush the toilet and you run the showers and whatever, it's all coming to the sewer. And that's the numbers that we used. And then we projected those for a 20-year period. Mind you, this was submitted to TCEQ for permitting in
2016?
Early
16?
So we thought we were doing good. 16, okay, 26, 36, 20 years, that's probably okay. Never realizing that it was gonna be this long before the whole thing came to fruition. So, but yeah, I think that was the way that we calculated how much the school was gonna contribute to it.
Yes, sir.
In final on your projections, is there, if you're wrong that.
You want to go to the mic, sir? John?
Yeah, if you don't step up to the mic, they can't hear you on YouTube at all.
On the end projections that he's trying to come up with, when he does a study, if it ends up, that subdivision ends up bringing more wastewater than what had been planned on in that, is there any recourse by TCEQ where they can throw a big fine or whatever that we'll end up having to pay that we might not have the money for?
Sure, Johnny can speak to this as well as I. I mean, if we were hitting at 75% of our flow rate for that wastewater treatment plant, we would be put on notice that we need to begin the process of expanding that plant. If you go over that 100% rate, you're in violation of the flow permit
And
for
they
that.
can charge you.
Yeah, the typical thing that happens with this is somebody wants to cut a piece of property up, put a bunch of houses in, wants to get the water from a local supplier and wants to send the waste to a local treatment facility. All the cost is borne by the developer. So whatever it costs to improve the water system, put an elevated tank in, whatever it takes, typically borne by the developer. Whatever it takes to amend the wastewater system to accommodate them, whether it's new lift stations, certainly all the collection lines that are in the development, is all paid by the developer. Now, how you choose to negotiate that is, how the city would decide what they want to do. But I've done plenty of them where the developer paid a contribution to the capacity that they took. So if they took 100,000 gallon capacity from the wastewater plant, they would put money in that the city could use to replace that. But that comes down to negotiating with the developer.
Any other questions?
No, thank you very much for coming and
Yes, Johnny.
Thank y'all.
explaining.
Good to see all of you.
Yes, sir.
Haven't seen
Good to
Thank
see
you,
y'all.
fine faces in a while.
Y'all be careful going home. Okay? All right. 10, City Administrator's Report, Kent Menton. Do we have a what? Okay. On which one?
Yeah, the Franklin Water Extension Plan.
On the engineer's report? MRV? Okay, yes, sir.
Okay, on the engineer's report, the water engineer report, there's a part on there about Franklin Road Water Extension Plan review. And I asked Kent about this because this first I'd heard about it. I didn't know anything about it. So thought he might say something about it. Maybe the other council members might not know either.
Sure, yeah, so we have a gentleman along Franklin Road that's outside of our ETJ, but is within our water CCN that is requesting water meters. He originally subdivided his lots for 5. He came to the city, he submitted a water meter feasibility study. The engineer told him, you know, at 5 meters there's significant upgrades that would have to occur to those lines. He said, well, you know, what about 4? Well, 4 just happened to be the magic number where we're maxing out that 2-inch line that runs down Franklin Road. So he has agreed to put in 4 meters over there, and he has submitted plans for extending the 2-inch line from, I think, around Wade Drive. Gene can probably address that one, a little past Wade,
Yes.
down towards Little Roy Road at his cost.
And he's gonna pay for that?
That's correct.
Okay, okay. That was all I had.
Okay, all right,
Thank you.
all right. Kent, your report?
Yes, ma'am. Mayor, council, I'll try to make this as brief as possible. I know we are getting a little bit later in the evening, and our city attorney is here for some items a little bit later in this council meeting. First and foremost, our fiscal year audit for 23-24 has been completed. All the field work is finished. We're just now waiting those comprehensive annual financial reports. We should be scheduling before council to have him come out and do his annual presentation probably in the month of March. Secondly, if you're not aware, FEMA is doing their first ever firm maps for Falls County. This is the fire insurance rate maps. Never been done before in Falls County, so there's gonna be a lot of messaging we're gonna be putting out. There's gonna be a comment period. If you're aware of flood issues in Falls County, this is your opportunity to help shape what those maps look like and help impact those insurance rates 2-3 years down the road. Atmos Energy plans on replacing their entire gas lines on Hungry Hill Road. They kind of gave us a heads up on this about 3 or 4 months ago. They said they would get back in touch with us. They wanted to do this beginning this month. I told them, hey, hold on, we've already got a major sewer construction going on in this area. Can you please circle back around in May? So they are planning right now to come and do that in May. I think they're looking at maybe a 1 to 2 week project on that. So they're planning to go pretty quickly. On to the sewer system. So Terry Chenoweth has been our longtime loan officer with USDA. She's been with the agency for over 30 years. She did accept one of the Trump administration's buyouts. So she's been talking about retiring over the last couple years. She's finally made her dream come true. She will be missed. Troy Spencer is going to be our lead at USDA going forward. I don't want to go into a whole lot of detail on this one. I can certainly answer any questions, but I wanted to make council aware that a company out of Temple has approached us for a potential partnership at our new wastewater treatment plant. They're a wastewater hauler. They're looking for a regular location to dump their septic and grease waste. We're exploring a potential partnership. Of course, we're considering a lot of improvements that would treat that waste before it enters our wastewater treatment plan. There's a lot of things to consider with this one, but it could add additional revenue to the sewer fund, which is something we're going to need pretty early on. Onto the water system. So Falls County Water Well, we've been waiting on a counteroffer from the landowners out there where we're seeking to place our new water well. We did receive that counteroffer, and I will be bringing that before council in March. The Old Bethany Water Main Improvements Project, Danielle, appreciate your help on getting all the bidding set up. So that has already kicked off as of last week. This is about a $500,000 to $600,000 project in the Old Bethany pressure plane. This would get a 6-inch water main that has been the bane of Gene and Johnny and their public works crew's existence for many years because it runs straight into a creek in the woods, and every time they have to go fix that line, they're going into somebody's backyard, back pasture to fix that. So it will. 90% at night. Yeah, usually it breaks at night, right? Yeah, always. So that line would be moved to the right-of-way, and then additionally, we would be reconnecting the West Ridge pressure plane with the, I think that's the Old Bethany pressure plane, via a creek boring and a PRV. So the bid opening for that is on March 18th. Lastly, I'll just touch base on our community development block grant. for the water main improvement that's gonna be going in between Third and Fourth Street. So bidding for that is probably gonna be kicking off sometime in summer, fall. Right now, we've got our engineer working on those actual designs. So this is a reminder, this is a $500,000 grant we were able to secure to replace an old galvanized line. Constantly breaking, you drive a lawnmower through that alleyway and it's cracking. So that would be a huge win for us once we get to the actual construction of that project. And I don't think I have anything else I was wanting to share other than, I almost always forget it, our sales tax revenue and budget expenditures to date. So you can see here that we've got a lot more business activity occurring in the area. We're up to almost $30,000. It's probably a record in sales tax. Now, of course, some of this is being split between the EDC fund and our street maintenance fund that we've created. And the budget expenditures are pretty much all about on track, about 25% of the year with the exception of the sewer. And of course, Mr. Tabor explained why some of those costs were pretty heavy early on. And with that, I'll answer any questions that you might have.
Does anybody have any questions or anything? Okay, all right, we'll move right along. Okay, number 11, the consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda will be considered by the city council and will be enacted on by one motion. There will be no separate discussions of these items unless a council member or a member of the public so request. A, approval of the minutes. B, financial of January 2025. C, Rafferty Proposal DW Appraisal LLC. D, purchase professional services, Extraco counseling, consulting, excuse me. And that's it. Does anybody want to pull anything? Mr. Wiggins?
I'll make a motion to approve all the consent agenda items.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, Mr. McGruer? All right, all in favor? Unanimous, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, number 12, service agreement amendment, the payment group. Council discuss, consider, and possibly take action of Schedule B, amending the 12/2022 service agreement with the payment group LLC, authorizing a fee increase for live phone payment processing service for end uses.
Mayor, council, I hope this wasn't too confusing in your packet, so please let me know if it was. We got notified in January that the payment group, formerly PAYA, now Nuvi, is wanting to increase the fee associated with our customers' payments through credit card only for live telephone transactions, not for any online transactions or in-person transactions here at City Hall. So it was quite a steep increase. We did get back to them and we renegotiated that to keep the cost down for our utility customers lower than what a court customer would pay on that. So it wasn't a huge change, but we were able to get that revised. So what you'll see before you there is a revised Schedule B with the new breakdown. So let me know if you have any questions about that.
Yes, sir.
The only question I have, I guess, is the live phone option something that's utilized a lot by the citizens?
Surprisingly so. Yeah, we get about 200 to 300 per year who are utilizing that service.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, got it. Somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make the motion. Isn't that something you gotta, if you want to talk to a live person, you gotta pay extra?
Yeah, really.
I can't believe
It's
it.
ridiculous.
Yeah, anyway, I'll make the motion to approve the amendment, the service agreement with payment group, Nuvi, authorizing the fee increase for live phone payment processing services for end users.
I'll second.
Okay. Hoffman, okay, all in favor? Unanimous, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. 13, interlocal agreement for the animal shelter service. On the recommendation of the Budget Committee, Council to discuss, consider, and possibly take action on an animal shelter solution, including the possible approval of the city administrator to enter into a 1-year interlocal cooperative agreement with the city of Waco for the provision of said services. Kent?
Mayor, council, citizens, I'm really excited that we've got before you tonight, not just one option, but two options. Chief Dorsey, myself, I know a couple other staff members, we've been looking for a solution for animal sheltering for 2+ years.
Yes.
Of course, council did pick this up in, I think it was 2023. They considered another interlocal with the city of Waco, very restrictive, right, and very cost prohibitive. Can certainly understand that. But in that fiscal year, we had $0 for our animal control budget. We have increased that to $10,000, so we do have a little bit more wiggle room. But all in all, this supply and demand issue, there are very few players in the region that will help with sheltering services. Fostering agencies are completely full, and there just aren't a whole lot of private vendors who would assist us in this area. So we're kind of left with hands tied, especially when Chief Dorsey has to make an animal welfare seizure, or we've got an abandonment issue or something like that. So we rely on our foster group, and for the time being, it's mostly been Mayor Owens who's been picking up on that. So just so you can see down there, I think I already talked a little bit about that. $10,000 is our current budget. That was an increase from $4,000 last year and $0 the year before that. So before you tonight, two options. The first one, the city of Waco is willing to entertain another interlocal agreement with us. However, they're consistently at capacity. Matter of fact, I think they're at over 120%, maybe even more than that, at the shelter. And then they're relying on a massive foster care network so that they can retain their no-kill status, which is something that's important to them in the city of Waco. So they're offering us an interlocal agreement that would give us the flexibility to drop off 6 dogs for the next fiscal year, I guess, when we start this contract. We will certainly do our best to reserve how many dogs we actually take to the city of Waco, but they are doing their very best to prevent intakes at the city of Waco, and so this is really the best they could offer us. The second solution we have here is for a company out of the Denton, Roanoke area, Texas Animal Control Association. They have offered to intake dogs from us for a fee of $400 per dog, assuming that we would transport those dogs to their shelter in Denton. Now, their shelter is also 100% capacity, but they did mention that they could also allow us to pay a $100 pickup fee. If they're able to come down here, they would provide that service. But I know it sounds crazy, but that would give us the flexibility that we need to just be able to take an animal that we're no longer able to care for, because we can't even get to that point with anybody we're talking to. We get turned away at every single door we knock on. These services could potentially be expanded down the road. This company does offer animal patrolling services, education, all that sort of stuff as well. So here's a breakdown of the animal control budget so you can see it. We've got $10,000 in this fiscal year's budget, as I mentioned. Expenses to date, $328.98. If we were to go with the Waco ILA for the remainder of this fiscal year, you'd be looking at an additional $4,683. If we were to enter into this agreement with Waco, the full cost right now is about $8,000. If you've been reading your headlines, the Humane Society and the City of Waco have split, and that is adding additional cost to the City of Waco. So I have been informed that that cost will go up even higher in future years. Over there on the other side, you can see that TACA would offer the $400 per dog, and they would have no cap on that. So Chief Dorsey created this flow chart. I know it's a little fuzzy up there, but essentially what we wanted to kind of reiterate to council and the community is that we're going to do our very best to make sure that we're reuniting those animals with their owners, and only in worst case scenarios are we going to utilize these services. We're certainly going to try our best to stay on budget, stay on task. And of course, this is a draft. It can be modified as needed. I'll just say we've worked really hard to get these agreements before you tonight. So I am requesting some support in the form of adopting at least one of these agreements, preferably both. I think we can handle both of the items within our budget. Both of them have reasonable termination clauses. You're looking at 30 days with the City of Waco, 90 days with TACA. So if we have the city of Waco, at least we'll have flexibility for us to utilize that in special circumstances. They have a veterinarian on hand at their shelter. So if we get a welfare case, or let's say we have a bite case where we need to do a rabies quarantine, we can utilize the city of Waco and make that one of our 6 animals we can take to them for the year. If it's just a stray animal that we've kind of come into contact with, we're not able to find the homeowner or find the dog owner, then we could maybe engage with TACA on that and schedule a special trip up to Denton, or get them to come and pick that up when they're available. Maybe a foster provider will care for that dog until they can come collect it. So that is my recommendation to you tonight, and I'll certainly answer any questions. Chief Dorsey's been a part of this as well. He can answer any of the operational questions as far as animal control goes. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions? Mr. Wiggins?
Okay, the Waco agreement is the same agreement that came before us at the September 28, 23 meeting.
Yes, sir, pretty much.
Yes. You know, if you could flip back to the numbers chart. There you go. You look at the numbers there. With the city of Waco, it's gonna cost, for 6 animals, it's gonna cost us the whole year over $8,000, as you can see. And the other one is only $400 for no cow. So if you said 6, that's $2,400. And they'll come get the animals. Now, there is a $100 charge, but that's, if they come down here and then you have 6 animals for them to pick up, they're only gonna charge $100, not $100 per animal. That's the way I read the agreement, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So, to me, the money is with TACA, you know. We already turned down this same agreement back in 23 for the same reasons. Back then, the motion was made to check with Marley, you know. I pulled the minutes and looked at them, but anyway, that's the reason we turned it down, because it was outrageous, you know. It's just not cheap for them animals, but which one's cheaper? What would you do if that's your money? So to me, it's just go with TACA and then see how that works out.
Okay, so you make a motion for TACA? And
Well, I
somebody else?
wanted to see what,
Okay,
that's, I
Mr.
said that's to me.
Okay, yes, sir.
The city of Waco, they can't even tell us what it's gonna cost.
Yeah.
They said that, it's $8,000, but it's gonna go up.
Yes, that's correct.
So, we may be getting into something that's gonna cost us $18,000 next year.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, who knows?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
But we got a
Okay.
set price at 400.
Rich?
My only question, like, and I'm not saying to go with the city of Waco at all, but my only question is, do we have the capabilities to say we pick up an aggressive dog or rabies, something where there's a actual safety issue in the transport of the dog? Does the city, like Chief, you probably answer this, does the city have the stuff to transport that? Or if failing that, to hold that without
Okay.
risking our officers or employees until they are able to pick it up? Do we have that equipment yet?
We have cages to put them in, and we have the truck to put it in the back of the truck to carry it down. Is that not right, or, yeah, we have a,
So we got a truck that we could actually transport a potentially
Yes, sir.
vicious dog up there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's my question.
With the cage.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Oh, yes, Ms. McLaughlin?
Well, just to add with what Mr. Wiggins said, I know last time, one of the things we looked at was, with the Waco agreement, was we'd pay them that money, and we didn't know if they were gonna kill the animal or foster the animal or what. And so it's, what are we putting our money toward?
True.
And that was one of the considerations. So I like the TACA, because we are gonna save money there. We're still not gonna know what's gonna happen to the animal, but,
They got 90 days.
If not even.
and they have a longer,
Yeah,
yeah, with
90
with
days,
Waco, it
30.
was 72 hours.
No, 30 days.
30 days. It's 30 days now,
30
yeah.
Okay,
And the other one's 90.
so it's a little longer.
Okay, Chief, did you have a question? Okay.
To answer Mr. Richardson, I think we're more or less equipped to handle just about any situation. As far as vehicle-wise, I mean, we have, either back of our oldest patrol car that's partitioned off, or the back of a pickup. So either or option could be a way to transport an animal, whether it be, inside the vehicle or outside, depending on if it had, rabies case or what have you. But I just wanted to get up here and just stress the importance of, having something. We definitely need something, because we have exhausted all of our resources. We've knocked on every door that we have, been able to find, and there's a lot of people out there in the animal community. There's a lot of good people out there doing good things for animals, but their plates are full too, and so it's hard to find help. We definitely need that additional resource to turn to whenever we're in a situation as well. But, there are pros and cons to both of these. However, I feel like there's more cons to the city of Waco, in my opinion. One of those being with the city of Waco, you're gonna be paying for it whether you use it or not. And, the cost factor is exponentially higher, and it's gonna increase. We already know that. How much it's gonna increase, we have no idea, but it sounds like it's gonna increase a significant amount. And it makes it hard for, smaller cities to be able to afford that. And so I feel like, my recommendation would be to, give Taka a chance, and, there are times where, we may have several animals in a month, and there may be months, or there may be a whole year where we don't have any. But it's just one of those things where you just never know. It's just a very unpredictable and unexpected situation.
And Chief, if I may, can I chime
Sure.
in on one last comment? Just want to put one more little, bug in your ear here. We've never worked with Taka before. They seem like a good company. I'm glad that they were finally able to listen with us and give us an opportunity. But it took me 6 months just to get this interlocal agreement with the city of Waco in front of you. So just kind of keep that in mind, that we don't know if we reject this interlocal now, if we're ever going to be able to get another opportunity to join on to this. So having two options might be a good idea in the short term, especially since we could potentially cancel the city of Waco again, if the costs go up and we're not able to afford it again. You've got $10,000 in your budget. This will give us a lot of flexibility.
Yeah, I mean, that's very true too. I mean, that could be an option as well, and I mean, I favor that also. If we did go with both, we have the money in the budget this fiscal year, and, if the cost skyrockets and we could cancel, we have that ability and that clause to do so. So we could, give it a try, but it's completely, council's discretion. But I definitely just, hopefully, well, we need something. So.
Okay, also, if we do go in, use them both, say we take one dog a year, well, then that's all it's gonna be, is for that one dog,
Right.
For the next year. Plus, if you're in a local agreement with Waco, from my understanding is that citizens, if they live in Bruceville-Eddy, and we have a local agreement with them, and they have a dog, they can take it up there themselves and do a surrendering fee, and that does not go against Eddie's number of dogs.
That was the case, Mayor.
Now it's not anymore?
No, in this new contract, they can't even offer us that service. It's just the 6 dogs. Now, maybe if we were to enter with this interlocal agreement, maybe we would have a little flexibility to go over that limit if the situation put us there, but with having 2, you know, we could do 6 within our local with Waco, and then potentially use TACA for any remaining, or reserve just the 6 for the special cases that we kind of talked about. And these situations do arise where we're going through 4 to 10 at a time. I mean, it's surprising, so you know.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just want clarity, and for everybody out there. Okay, if we go into both these contracts, then you're saying we can do both these contracts and have at least 6 animals for sure with the city of Waco if we need that, plus over the 6 using the TACA and not go over budget.
For this fiscal year, yes, ma'am. I'm not exactly sure how it's gonna work out in future years. The city of Waco is probably gonna have their numbers shored up. I think she mentioned in April or May, as they work towards their next year's fiscal year budget, and then they would let their partners know, their other contributing cities, how much the cost would be.
But we don't have to renew our contract if we don't want to, if they raise the price too much. We don't, I mean, we have that option, right?
We do, 30 days, yes, ma'am, termination clause.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Brewer.
Okay. TACA sounds like a really good idea, but if we're gonna transport our dog to TACA, that's in Denton. That's an hour and a half, 2 hours from here. What are we gonna do about an officer? If our officer is transporting 2 hours, that's 4 hours, we've lost them. Almost a whole shift, they're in the process of capturing, transporting, and returning back into the city here, and we don't have coverage. Or you're gonna have to call in other coverage overtime to cover that. Okay, so that would be a concern for me. Now, they did say they charge $100 to transport. Now, is that an understanding that if they call in and say, I've got a dog that needs to be picked up, we've got temporary holding cells for them. They're gonna dispatch and have somebody come down here, or is this gonna be, okay, you collect them all and we'll come down and make one trip?
Yeah, from my understanding in the conversations, it was if we can handle that. Their main operations, are based out of Denton, and so them coming down here is tricky for them to do at this time. But we did a lot of negotiations just to get them to this point where they would say, okay, for $400, we'll take a dog, but for the most part, you gotta take them to us. Now, maybe we can rely on our fosters, volunteers. I know I've got family in the Denton area, so I don't mind taking a trip up there and dropping off the dogs if we don't wanna, hem up officers, but at least we have options.
We have options.
Yes.
Okay, so that would take care of the coverage, because I don't wanna deplete our coverage in the
Right.
city to transport a dog up to Denton, okay? And then the Waco one, that's scary, actually, because we're paying a lot of money to take 6 dogs to a city, and they're talking about boosting that cost again. So you say there's a 30-day exit clause in there, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so when they bump that up to an astronomical figure, oh wait, it already is. So when they bump that up, then we have the option of saying, no, I can't do that. Okay?
Yes, sir, you're correct.
Okay, all right.
But we're not gonna take them unless we have to. We're gonna try to find their owners. Yes, sir, Mr. Colston.
I have one last question, since y'all are going around it, y'all aren't getting to it. So, as I'm seeing here, we've only spent $328 of our $10,000 budget this year, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and for this year, Waco is going to charge us $4,300, right?
For the remainder of this fiscal year, we'd be paying about $400.
So you'll have like $5,500 to work with
Correct.
the other group and everything. So my next question is do we ever receive any of these dogs back from these shelters?
No, we would be signing over ownership essentially.
Right, and you said Waco is 30 days, and then this other one was 90 days?
For
That they keep
termination.
them?
No, those are termination
No.
clauses. What happens to the dog after we relinquish our possession of the animal is up to their discretion.
Okay, all right. And then my last question is, so y'all did address like the police taking them. Is this open for anyone to do it? Like, could you put out, if you had, you know, like a savvy citizen go out, like, we have 4 dogs that need to be taken, is that something that people might do?
If they would like to take them, we'd
Right.
let them transport.
Yeah, because Denton is a very long ways. You know, that's not just Dallas, you gotta go past Dallas. So, and then, you know, depending on the time of the year, it actually snows there. So it's just a consideration for stuff like that.
No, we
Thank
take
you.
volunteers.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I think Justin had his
Oh,
hand up before
I'm
I
sorry,
did.
Justin, I didn't see
No, I
you.
was just, my 2 cents for what it's worth, I can't see asking the taxpayers to pay over $1,300 a dog for Waco.
No.
I mean, as a citizen, just the average taxpayer, I wouldn't want, that's if we use all 6 dogs, we're paying $1,300 plus a dog. When we got this TACA option, I mean, that's just my 2 cents.
Well, to clarify, yeah, with the city of Waco's option, you're paying $669 per month regardless of whether or not you
Yeah.
take a dog.
Right.
Yeah, even if
that
we use
month.
all 6, it's
That's what he
$1,300 a
said,
dog.
Okay, check.
Okay.
Mr. Wiggins?
Yeah, I'm gonna call for a question. And, so with that said, I'll make a motion here that we accept the TACA
Okay,
I'll second.
agreement.
okay, you have a second it there, okay? All right, all in favor? Unanimous that we're taking TACA. Okay. Okay, 14, employee policies, personal vehicle and weapons. Council to discuss, consider, and possibly take action on proposed employee policies drafted by our city attorney's office pertaining to both personal vehicles and weapons in the workplace. Okay.
Mayor, Council, just a brief overview of this one. In July of 2024, City Council requested that our city attorney's office draft a policy related to the storage of personal vehicles inside public buildings. It's taken a little while, but Melissa Cranford with Messer Fort, she's very experienced in all things human resources, labor law. She drafted this policy, and it covers several aspects of employee parking on the lots, extended periods, inside buildings. And she also recommended that since we don't have a weapons in the workplace policy, that we should also adopt one of those. So my recommendation is for approval of both of these.
Yes, Mr. Wiggins?
Okay, excuse me. With that said, when you look at section C3, if you look at that, I would like to change the word where it says employees are not permitted to leave their cars. I'd like to change that to read vehicles. Instead of cars,
Vehicles
read
of any
vehicles.
kind, yeah. Okay, Mr. Prater?
These boys that are on call that don't normally take home, These boys that are on call that don't normally take home, if they drive their personal vehicle up here, they take a city truck home because they're on call. And they leave their car here, they're going against the handbook. And also, what definition of a weapon? Because if this comes to and the water guys get pissed off, they're gonna take all their screwdrivers out of their toolboxes. Because a screwdriver is
weapon.
considered a weapon, correct?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, an X-Acto knife, a pocket knife is considered a weapon.
Exactly.
You know,
This is a weapon.
yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot of misclarity there that, cause I mean, if they get mad about this, they're gonna, you know, I'm sorry I couldn't cut that tape on that pipe because I didn't have a pocket
Maybe it
knife.
should say something like firearms.
Yeah, I would like to clarify what a weapon is, or how it would be used as a weapon, you know, like, you know, if you come running around with a screwdriver hanging up trying to stab somebody, yeah, that's a weapon. and
So
you'd be terminated. But if you're using it to screw a screwdriver, to screw a screw in the wall, it's a tool.
Yeah. Okay, he had his hand up first, and then it's
To
Wiggins.
piggyback off of what Mr. Prater saying, right here under definitions, it says dangerous weapons includes firearms, explosive, knives, and other weapons that may be considered dangerous. So that
Anything.
would cover almost everything under how the policy is currently worded.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, Mr. Wiggins.
Okay, we have our city attorney sitting right back there. I'd like her to intercede here, and let's hear what she has to say about this.
Yes, you can.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Jennifer Ritchie, and I work with Meserport and with Melissa Cranford, who drafted the weapons policy. The definition of dangerous weapons includes firearms, explosives, knives, and other weapons that might be considered dangerous or that could cause harm. And the policy talks about keeping weapons secured in your car, unless you're a police officer. There's an exception for police officers. And otherwise, you can't bring them into the workplace. These kind of policies are at cities all over the state, and certainly the administration of the city has some discretion in how to enforce that. And so I would hope an employee would not decide to not bring their tools in the Public Works Department into the workplace because it might be interpreted to be a weapon. And I would hope that there would be some common sense and interpretation.
Mr. Prater?
The workplace is considered their office, any city property. If I read that right, it was any city property, correct?
It's into a city facility, premises, or a city-owned vehicle while on duty, with the exceptions that I've already noted, obviously.
Right. Well, a city vehicle, that'd be
Right.
one of the service trucks that's loaded down with screwdrivers and hacksaws, and, I mean, I'm just saying, it gives some, you know, if we get pissed off at a guy, we can say, well, we're gonna fire you because you got a screwdriver in your truck. And the policy says you can't do that. Or say one of them has a screwdriver in his back pocket. I do it all the time. Ask my wife, got holes in all my furniture. You know, are we gonna fire this guy because he made a mistake and had a screwdriver in his back pocket and he walked in here to talk to Kent?
That's the intent.
Right.
Mr. Rivera?
Okay, being actually new to Texas now, I was informed that you're really not a Texan if you don't have a pocket knife. Okay, and I mean, you know,
I carry one.
I carry one, I actually have two.
Yeah.
One's a multi-tool, and the other one's a pocket knife that I carry with me all the time. And it comes in handy when you're working. I just reach back here and I take my tool out and I can wrench things and screwdrivers and knives, got all kinds of things in it. So, I mean, we have to kind of, and it's hard to write a law that's gonna cover everything. You just can't do that. So what are we looking for? Are we looking for a firearms policy or just pocket knives and screwdrivers and baseball bats or whatever, you know?
Because
Okay.
explosive could mean gas, diesel, anything
Well,
that might ignite.
Yep.
Okay, citizens first. I had some questions out here. Mr. John?
Yeah, I was thinking, you know, now you're getting out into the weeds because when you do stuff like I do, because I have to clean up my place all the time, I carry axes, chainsaws, breaker bars, you know.
I do too.
You're looking back at the truck and you think, does he ever clean it out? But I think you're going way too far in the weeds for this.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I agree.
So just a simple recommendation real quick, if the hangup is for anything other than a firearm, you could simply take this policy and
Just say
strike
firearm.
all the definition to just include firearm.
Firearms, that's what I say, firearms. Okay, now that's on the, okay.
Can we ask our council members to be a little bit more reasonable, Mr. Prater? Because you're totally taking this and throwing it way into an extreme that it has no reason for us to even consider or discuss. There is a definition before you. Either accept the definition or don't. But don't put extra extremes onto that definition.
Ms. Danielle, sorry, I'm gonna have to stop you on that one. Mr. Prater is a council member, and he has his opinions as much as anyone else does, and so he
I'd
should
like to
not be
answer
called
that.
out on that.
I'd like to
Okay, I'll
answer
let
it,
you answer it, sir.
I think we have a pretty good council here that uses common sense. I really do.
Yes,
You may not, but I do.
yes,
But that don't mean that it's gonna be the same come next election. We may have somebody in here that's vindictive to a city worker that maybe cut them off going down the road or something, and that would be an excuse, and how would we go about that? I mean, you got a screwdriver in your back pocket and you're in City Hall, that's a weapon, we're gonna fire you.
that's true.
I mean, I'm saying it needs to be clarified because you got a whole slew of weapons. I don't wanna just throw it out there in the wind and you just grab whatever you want to out of the wind. It needs to be clarified of what it needs to be.
Yes, sir, I
Yeah,
agree.
That's,
Okay, I think we need to reword that it includes firearms instead of weapons, because of all the discussion that we are talking about, because gasoline, diesel, anything like that can be considered explosive, because if it blows up, it's in the back of a vehicle or something, and it gets too hot, it could explode, build up. So I'm thinking we need to express that, to just say that, but that's my opinion. As I said, that's just my opinion. And, Mr. Richards?
I guess my fellow council members here, is anybody up here looking to ban pocket knives or anything along those lines? Or are we looking at getting a policy to prevent firearms? I mean, that's the first question we should ask. And if we're just looking at firearms, we make a motion to amend it to firearms and make a firearms policy,
Thank you, sir.
unless anybody thinks different.
Okay, and now as they were talking about vehicles on the city, the personal vehicles on city property, Mr. Prater did have a good answer to that, because a lot of our workers, they will take their personal vehicles and they park it inside the shop. So, and to get a company vehicle to use. So their personal vehicles is going to be inside that shop. So we need to, that needs to be reworded also.
that can be easily, oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Joyce.
Where it says extended periods, I feel like we need to amend that and put what that means. Are you talking about 2 days, or are you talking about 2 weeks? I mean, what are you talking about? So I think make that clear because some of these guys, like Richard was saying, Mr. Prater was saying, they leave their personal vehicles here and use the city vehicle because they're on call. So we need to figure out what extended period, what that needs to mean.
Okay, all right. Mr. Wiggins?
Yeah, but if you read that further, I mean, we're taking things out of context, and you should have a reasonable expectation here, and what that says is employees are not permitted to leave their, I'll say, vehicles overnight or for extended periods when not actively working. So if they're working, then it's not gonna matter. But if they're not working, they're not gonna leave their car parked up there like they did. They left vehicles up there for a long time, just stored up there. That's what we're trying to get away from, and we're trying to circumvent that, where they can do that again? Is that what we're trying to do?
No, I'm trying to clarify what it says on there.
Well,
So-
it says
so
for
it's not-
actively working.
Okay, when they're on call, they're sitting in a recliner watching TV. Are they actively working? That's what I'm saying. It doesn't say, I don't want problems later on down the line where somebody that might not have no common sense to it can use it against somebody. That's all I'm saying, is it could be used against them later down the line.
It needs to be.
It needs to be what it needs to be. If they're sitting in a recliner watching TV, they're not actively working.
Okay.
Well, why would they have their vehicle up there? Why would they have their vehicle there?
Because they leave their car there to take a service truck on.
Why would they leave their car there if they're gonna take the service truck home? They take the service trucks home now, right?
Not all of them. We don't have a service truck for every one of them to
We
take
do.
home.
We do, sir.
now.
Yeah, no, they would do. So every one of them take their service truck home. So they don't drive their personal vehicle up here because they have a service truck that they take home.
Okay, every one of them's taking a service truck home, okay.
Yeah,
and that
so
fixes
this
that.
wouldn't
Yeah.
come into play.
Yeah,
Alright,
that wouldn't come
okay,
into play.
All right,
Yeah.
all right, Mr. Edmondson?
Okay. This is going nowhere. Y'all need to take this back and go with the city attorney and figure it out and then bring it back to the
Amen.
city.
Yes, sir. Okay, that's what we'll do. We'll take,
Yeah, I mean, one other thing, I
Mr.
mean,
Wiggins?
the only thing that I saw is, like I said, is change that number 3 to read vehicles instead of cars, and then I'm okay to change it to the handguns, you know. Other than that, firearms, yeah, other than that, I'm good to go with it. Now, if we wanna get it changed and then brought back to us, then maybe we can go that route. We'll get it changed and brought back to us.
I don't see why we couldn't handle it right now.
Yeah.
Right, I don't
Okay,
either.
all right.
Yeah, I mean.
All right, so who wants to make a motion, and let me hear it, and I'll see if
Ma'am, I
that
have
works.
one.
Okay, yes, sir, I'm so sorry.
This is a new question, though, not the same ones we've been talking
Okay,
about.
thank God. No, yes, sir.
So my only question is talking about searches of property in the highlighted part down here, and there's a note off to the side that says searches of property and employees should only be conducted by law enforcement officials utilizing a reasonable suspicion standard based on underlying facts. Is that side note going to be part of the policy itself?
No, it was not intended to be a part of the policy. It was just for informational purposes.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So, somebody want to make a motion? Oh, yes, ma'am. You gonna make a motion for me?
I'm not gonna, Cindy Edmiston, I'm not gonna make a motion, but back to the weapons. Something in the language that states, if it is something used in the ordinary course of an employee's work, policeman, it's okay to have a firearm. The guys that work in the water department, it's okay to have screwdrivers, but if you're not using it in the proper form of your employment, it's not allowed. So you just define in the policy that if it's a tool, pocket knife, that is used in the ordinary course of the business, it's allowed. If it's used to stab your fellow employee that cuts you off, it's not allowed.
That's,
Something as simple as that, I don't know.
that's all I was saying was it needed to be specified
Then
for that reason, that, you
Yes.
know, it's a.
Okay, do I have a motion, or do we
I'd
wanna
like to
put
make
it-
a motion.
Okay,
Okay.
make a motion,
How about we
sir.
send this back to be reworded and change dangerous weapons or weapons to firearms and make it a firearm policy?
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Mr. Prater,
You,
second.
one point of order, are you wanna send it back, or you wanna go ahead and make a motion now that we go ahead and approve it based upon what you just said? Change it to firearms?
If we can change it right now and approve it, absolutely approve it, change it to firearms and call it a day.
And if you don't mind, would you mind changing that item 3, from cars to vehicles?
Okay, I will rescind my original motion. We'll try, sorry, I'm still learning, guys. So we're gonna change cars to vehicles and weapons to firearms and then approve this policy as is.
I'll second.
Okay, all right. So, we have a motion on the floor to, for the employee policy to state personal vehicles and firearms.
No.
Okay, and we have a second. All in favor?
You got that on item number 3. Item number 3. You got it, Kent?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, where it says cars, change that to vehicles.
Yeah, that's what it says right here, personal vehicles.
No,
That's the wrong,
That's the
she's
wrong
looking at the
thing.
policy.
Yeah, I know.
I'm looking at the policy
Yeah.
itself.
Okay,
Everybody good with that?
yes.
Yeah.
All in favor? Unanimous. Okay, thank you.
Cool.
All right, number 15.
Do we want to do a quick recess before we move on?
Well,
We've
are
still
we
got a
fixing to
few more
go to
things.
the,
We've got training before, we get to it.
geez, okay, we're gonna take a, it is now 8:40, and we're gonna take about a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back.
Now, see,
Thank you all for being here. Y'all go home.
With that firearm deal?
Just got a message from, Paul Edwards, he just went down Church Street, and there was a bunch of water running down the road.
Uh-oh, you might want to text him before he gets out of town. You got his personal number?
Yeah.
If you don't, I got it.
Yeah, on Church Street, I'm looking for Jim's number. I don't know the number.
Yep, that's, I mean, that's where they're working on sewer construction.
I don't want to be hard.
Devil's in the details.
That's exactly right.
Okay, almost there. Okay, you ready for it? 254? 640 0721. Yep.
You're the man. I'm telling you, you're the man. Where's he live? Right now, he's living at 307. Oh, he told me he might get it. No, he owns 8 houses in town. Right. And, he rented it at 500 Eagle. Okay. And he rented it 607 Eagle. And at Aspen's house, he rented that. He rented it at Evergreen house. So, he had no place to go. His guy all left with 307. Uncle and his brother go to the mail box and get money. He was getting money. I don't know how he was going to send it. Yeah. Keep asking him to send it to me and I'll take care of it. Right. Anyway, we both still around. Yeah. We're doing all recall on the balcony. Oh, yeah? But anyway, I just kind of help. He
Okay, we're kept bringing it is now 8:52 and our council, city agenda is ready. Here we go. All right. We are going with number 15. GLO RCP grant application submission. Council discuss, consider, and probably take action to adopt resolution R2-27-2025-1, authorizing submission of an application of the CDBG MIT community program. There we go.
Got it all out.
Yeah,
Thank
finally.
you, Mayor. I can give a brief overview of this. Did council want a little bit of that? Y'all want to just keep moving forward? I'm reading the room. Okay.
Unless anybody has like deep concerns or anything, I'm good.
We do need action on this one,
Yeah,
yes, but
I've
I
got
don't
my
have to
hand
do
up.
my presentation.
Mr. Wiggins?
Yes, ma'am, I make a motion to approve resolution R2-27-2025-1.
Okay,
I'll second.
okay. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, number 16. GLO, RCP. Okay. Council to discuss, consider, and probably take action to adopt the resolution R2-27-2025-2, adopting new, I can't pronounce that word. Yeah, there you go. Yep. Policies for the use of federal funds and relevant to the submission of an application to the CDBG MIT committee's program.
I make a motion,
I'll second it.
Okay?
I make a motion that we adopt resolution R2-27-2025-2, the new procurement policies for the use of federal funds in relation to the submission of an application to the CDBG MIT Resilient Communities Program.
All in favor? Okay, thank you. Mr. McLaughlin seconded.
Mr. McGrew.
Mr.
McGrew
McGrew
seconded.
seconded.
I made the motion.
Mrs. McLaughlin made the motion.
We're tired.
You're retired. Oh, here we go again. 17, GLO RCP grant financial policy. Council to discuss, consider, and possibly take action to adopt the new financial policies in relation to the submission of an application to the CDBG MIT Resent Committees Program. Somebody want to?
I make a motion.
Okay, Joyce?
That we adopt new financial policies in relation to the submission of an application to the CDBG MIT Resilient Communities Program.
I'll second it.
Okay. Prater seconded that? All in favor? Unanimous, all right. Okay, we have that one. Okay, 18.
Why didn't we take this break sooner?
Yeah, really. City council and staff training. Council and staff to receive training on roles, responsibilities, and best practice from Senior Attorney Jennifer Ritchie of Mercer Fort PLLC.
So Mayor and Council, thank you all for having me back. I'm also reading the room, and so I'm going to skip through and of course answer any questions. But the PowerPoint that's in your presentation is an open government PowerPoint. It includes the Texas Open Meetings Act, the Public Information Act, which I'm happy to answer any questions on, but I understand y'all are all certified in that, and that Brad Bullock was here about, less than a year ago doing training on that. So unless y'all have any questions regarding the Open Meetings Act or the Public Information Act, I'm happy to, I'm gonna move on to the ethics part.
Good.
Okay, so let me click through real quick. Yeah. But it's all there so you can read it from the enjoyment of your home. Okay, so we're on the slide regarding ethics, and let me get there real quick. Okay, so the first law I'm going to talk about is the conflicts rules under the Texas Local Government Code. That's Chapter 171 of the Local Government Code, and it requires a council member to abstain from voting and discussing on an item in which the council member has a substantial interest in either a business entity or property, and I'm going to define that in the next slide, and a special economic interest will result as a result of the vote or the discussion. And it requires you to disclose this conflict before the item comes before you. And you do that by filing an affidavit of substantial interest, which is a state form that I'm sure the city secretary has got copies of. And so you fill that out ahead of time. A substantial interest is defined in a business entity as you own 10% or more of the voting stock, or the funds received by you, and this is where it applies to most of us. Funds received by the person from the business entity exceed 10% of the person's gross income for the previous year. And I'm gonna give an example of that in a minute. A substantial interest in real estate is that you have an equal or legal ownership with a fair market value of $2,500. So most of us in the house we live in have a substantial interest in that house. And so, for instance, if there was a zoning case that was in a certain distance of your house, you would probably need to abstain from the voting on that item. But also, the thing that I think trips people up, or sometimes we all forget, is substantial interest even includes you, your close family members. And so these are big words, and I have to look at this chart that I'm about to show you every time somebody asks me a question, but it's people within the first degree of consanguinity or affinity with you. So let me show you all the charts so you can tell. And again, the best course of action is if y'all see something on the agenda and you think you may have a conflict, like it feels like it's too close to you, before you show up the night of the meeting, call Kent or call me and we can walk through it. It's always easier when you have a little bit of time and you're not in a hurry to walk through these things and figure them out. But if you don't realize that you might have one till the meeting, we will work it out at that point as well. But these are the charts I look at. So this is the affinity chart. You can see fathers-in-law and brothers-in-law are in the first degree. A wife is in the first degree. And then as far as kinship of consanguinity, mothers, fathers, son, and daughter. So really the people that you consider, all of us consider, our really close family members. So let me give you an example where this might play out. Let's say that one of you has a young adult child who goes to college most of the year, but in the summer takes a job at a local ice cream shop in Bruceville-Eddy. And this is a completely made up scenario. And so during that summer, you know, they're scooping ice cream and making a little money so that when they go back to school in the fall, they have a little book money or a little play money. And let's say in the summer they make $10,000. Well, to a lot of people, $10,000 is not a huge amount of money, but for that adult child, that's 100% of their income for the year because they're in school the rest of the year. In that situation, let's say that that's a summer job, they leave that job in August. Let's say in December, an item comes before this council to consider, and it's either a zoning change with regards to the ice cream shop, or maybe it's a contract that Kent wants to enter into for some ice cream for an event. In that situation, the council member whose child worked at that ice cream shop could not vote on that item, could not discuss that item, and would have to fill out an affidavit of substantial interest because 100% of that child's income came from that ice cream shop in the last year, and that is a close family relative of yours. So again, it may not feel like you're like, my kid worked there several months ago, they don't even work there anymore, why do I have to do that? They look back a year at what you make in the past year. So conflicts of interest, it's a Class A misdemeanor. It's punishable by a fine of $4,000 or up to a year in jail. And if you knowingly violate, that's when it's a problem. Another rule is the 176 disclosure. You must file a conflicts disclosure statement with the city when you have a business relationship with a vendor doing business with the city. And again, you all have these slides in front of you, so I'm not going to read every bullet. But if you have an interest in a business entity and their contract is before the city, that's another time you pick up the phone, call Kent, and we try to figure out what we need to do ahead of time. And in that situation, again, you don't vote. Another disclosure statement. If you have a legal or equitable interest in property, and it's not just real property, it's any property that's going to be acquired with public funds. So if the city or the school district wants to buy something that you're selling, this is an affidavit you have to fill out before that. And again, these are a lot of rules. Just know that if it feels close, call us ahead of time. And then these, I think, are things that all of us kind of know more commonly because you hear these words more commonly. Of course, it's a crime to be bribed, so it's an offense to offer, accept any benefit in exchange for your decision, opinion, or vote. And this, of course, has very steep penalties. And gifts to public servants also are a crime. So it's an offense to accept or solicit gifts for services performed as a public servant. There are exceptions, including token gifts, which are valued at $50. Also campaign contributions, as long as you're complying with the elections code. Gifts from your own family. They're not trying to ruin your Christmas that you have to say to your family members, you can only give me a gift of $50. But look at those exceptions. If it's somebody that's not a family member and it's more than $50, you may want to consider how to deal with that. And again, the fourth bullet talks about if you receive an unsolicited gift, you may donate it to the city or to certain tax-exempt organizations and it not be a violation of this provision. That happened to me once when I worked in-house for a city. I got an unsolicited floral bouquet, and I was so shocked and awed and horrified sort of all at the same time. But you don't want to return that to somebody because it's kind of offensive and it's a perishable item. I donated it to a nonprofit, and then it's not a problem. And again, that was unsolicited. I didn't know it was coming. I didn't ask for it. It was just a surprise. Honorariums, y'all as public officials get asked to do things, speak at events, speak at conferences. It is an offense to accept an honorarium for those services, but of course you can accept transportation or lodging. And then also you have ethics rules in your code of ordinances, and I bet y'all are maybe even more familiar with those than you are with the state rules. So again, I won't go through all of them. They're listed in the PowerPoint presentation, but all of these have to do with making sure that your votes and your decisions are as objective as possible. And if you have one of these conflicts under the code, you have to disclose it to the council, and then you can't discuss or vote on the matter, and then you'll see the penalties here. Some of these are worded to really try to get at conflicts by employees, so some of it talks about employment. But these are all about making sure that we all are as objective as possible and not giving favor or special treatment because of personal relationships. And again, I know I went through this very quickly because I can read the room like Kent was saying, but I'm more than happy to answer any questions y'all may have. And if the questions get too particular, I may want to answer them in executive session. Any questions? Oh, and these are a couple more that I didn't cover that also have to do with ethics. And again, here are some resources. The Texas Municipal League has short papers that are called like Conflicts Made Easy, and they're real user-friendly, and so those are there also if y'all have questions.
Anyone have any questions or concerns?
Oh, you said that we could ask some in executive session, right?
Well, you're more than welcome to ask them here, but there's particular issues you want to ask about, you can ask them in executive session.
Okay.
But you can ask them here and I can say, let's talk about that in executive session, it just depends.
Oh, okay. I'm just thinking about the rules on internet.
Oh, well, let me speak to that. You're talking about like the open meetings type rules?
Well, as far as somebody on Facebook and us commenting on something.
Yeah, no, I'm more than happy to answer that.
Like a walking quorum situation?
Yeah, no,
Like a walking quorum,
no,
yeah.
yes, no, please, that's a very good question. I'm happy to answer that. That's appropriate to answer in public. So, all the modern technology, open meetings used to be so much easier when we didn't have email and we didn't have social media. And as you know, open meeting says that a quorum of the council can't talk about public business outside of a posted open meeting. And that was real easy when that's really all that happened, right? We're posted open meetings. And so it has become more hard. And so let me start with what's always been an issue, which is social events. Like if y'all have a social event or you go to a social event, and this happens in all cities because we all know each other. Let's say you go to a holiday party and all of y'all are there. That is totally fine and okay. You don't have to post for that. It's a social event. if a quorum of you get together and start talking about city business, that is an open meetings violation. And so you certainly can get together, all y'all can get together, the whole group can get together and talk about children and what you're doing for the holidays. That's not public business, but you start getting together in a quorum and talking about the business of Bruceville-Eddy, then that's an open meetings violation. So for emails, I'm trying to get progressively more difficult. I'm getting to your question. For emails, again, and I think a lot of staff, I bet Kent does this, if a staff has to give you information, they'll blind copy the council, or I would suggest that staff do that so that you can't accidentally do a reply all and cause an open meetings problem. And so just be careful with emails of quorum of the council about public business. You can't be doing that, or text messages. And then on social media, if the city has I don't know if the city has a Facebook page, its own Facebook page, or you have city council Facebook pages, or even if you are using your own Facebook page, and the law is unclear on this, but if you're using your own social media, but you're using it for for public business, you may be limited on whether or not you can delete comments, negative comments, or block people. That was the case that was heard about President Trump in his first term. And so if you're using your personal social media for purely personal stuff, then the law's not going to look at what you do. But if you're using social media for public business, then the First Amendment says that you've got to allow people to see what you're doing, and so you shouldn't be blocking people or deleting posts.
I have a question. Thanks. He turns it on for me. Anyway, we have a next door neighbor, which is people in the community and that. And issues that relate to the city come up, and they'll ask questions. I know occasionally I'll respond if there's misinformation or something like this, and I'll discuss that with them. It's kind of an open forum, essentially, where citizens can talk to us. But there are other council members that also get that information and can respond as well. Is that going to be a violation of an Open Meetings Act?
Well, I don't understand that social media platform. That's why I use Facebook as the only example, because that's really the only one I understand. So I would have to look in particular about how that works. There is an exception to open meetings law for certain kinds of citizen forums, but it has particular parameters. So Kent and I may need to take a look at that and see what the best course of action is on that.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, on that, if somebody, like you get on Facebook and it's, we call it fence posts, and they have the community one, different ones, and people will get on there and maybe they'll talk about the roads or the water or something, and then if a council person gets on there and, oh no, it's not like that, well then all of a sudden they might change the subject, and then another council person gets on there, and another one is at a walking quorum. Because you got 3 council people that commented on this or got in on the discussion.
Yeah, so, a lot of this area, because this is new.
That's what I don't know.
No, it's a good question. A lot of this area, because it's new social media, there aren't cases on it. So what I would advise is to be careful about doing anything where public business is discussed by quorum. And so comments by quorum, at various times, perhaps could be viewed to be an issue. And so you just need to be careful about that and consider that. Any other questions?
Do you have one, Mr. Prater?
Yeah, on the Facebook side, because I do a lot of question answering on Facebook, and I don't get on there and start any of it. I answer questions if somebody has a question about, when is the council meetings, I'll get on there and answer questions. But the way I looked at it was, as long as I wasn't getting on there talking to Mr. Wiggins and having a conversation with Mr. McGruer all at the same time on the same topic, I feel that wasn't a walking quorum, because I wasn't talking to them, I was talking to a citizen.
Right. So it just depends, again, it's very fact intensive, and certainly if y'all are discussing an issue with a quorum amongst yourselves, that would be a violation.
Right.
And so it's all very fact intensive, and so just be careful.
Yes, ma'am.
I got like basically a specific question that happened today. I posted on that community page you referred to, the fence post, about this is our workshop, this is what we're gonna be talking about, come here, be heard, that sort of stuff. And then questions were being come up, and then Mr. Prater weighed in, giving information to them, and then Mr. McGruer answered some questions. But at no point were we talking about
To each other.
we were giving the information about what the meeting's about, but we weren't discussing, hey, I think this is gonna be the vote, and we weren't actually addressing each other at all.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to be careful in all those forums, and
Yeah.
even in that situation, you need to be really careful. And again, I don't understand that app you're talking about,
Yeah.
but you just need to be careful because y'all all can read each other's comments, and so you just need to be careful.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
It sounds to me like when you're saying you need to be careful, it's probably a good idea if
Not
one
good.
of you is on there, then the other ones don't need to get on there. Would that be safe to say?
I'll just leave it with you, just need to be very careful that you're not talking in a forum.
Good lawyer answer.
Good answer, good answer.
Yeah.
All right.
You didn't say
Remember the perception aspect as
Well,
well.
and I don't know if y'all heard, I don't know if you heard the city administrator, there's not only the law, though, there's a perception,
That's right.
is what he just said. And that's something I didn't think of, Kent, and that is a good answer as well.
really what?
There's also perception as well as what's legal and what's not legal, too.
It
Yeah.
could be considered unethical, maybe,
Well, you know,
council people to be on there even though they're not talking to
Well,
one another.
I mean, this presentation was titled Open Government, and so all these issues, whether it's Texas Open Meetings Act, Public Information Act, ethics, are all about open government. So I think I'd want to focus more on that than using terms like ethical or not ethical. Yeah, just making sure that we're all being open and transparent. Thank y'all, and thank you for your patience
Thank
and
you.
this late.
Thank you. All right. Oh. Okay, now we're going to number 19 on the executive session. The city council shall meet in executive session to discuss the following: Miracle Lane, McLennan County CAD property, 105264, Miracle Lane, McLennan County property, 105264, BRCT LLC DBA as Blacklock Construction, and city council training. And it is now 9:14 and our regular council meeting is over, and we are going to adjourn to executive session.
Ain't over yet.
Y'all hung in there.
Not anymore.
We still got more on the other side.
is now 9:39 and our executive session is over. And it is 9:39 and our regular council meeting is back in session, okay? And we are going to start on, in number executive session, Miracle Lane, McLennan CAD property.
Yeah, 20.
I've already done these. That's what we was doing. Okay, now we're coming back. Okay. Resolution authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemned properties? Condemned properties. Man, my brain. Okay, council discuss, consider and possibly take action on resolution R2-27-2025-3, finding that a .446 acre portion of property situated in the levy privy survey abstract 723 located along the adjustment of Miracle Lane and South Interstate I-35 in Eddy, McLennan County, Texas is necessary as right-of-way for the construction of the USDA Rural Development New Waterway System Project and improvements of Miracle Lane, authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn the property pursuant to Government Code Section 2206.053. Okay, Mr. Wiggins?
I move that the city of Bruceville-Eddy approve resolution number R2-27-2025-3 and authorize the use of eminent domain to acquire fee simple title to right-of-way necessary for the construction of the USDA Rural Development New Wastewater System Project and Miracle Lane improvements. The right-of-way being described as 0.446 acres situated in the Levi Pruitt Survey, Abstract 732, McLennan County, Texas, being a portion of the remaining portion of that called 2.0 acres tract of land recorded in volume 871, page 67, deed records, McLennan County, Texas.
Okay, Mr. Prater? All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, 21, transfer of certain legal services. Council to discuss, consider, and possibly take action to replace Art Rodriguez, partner of Mercer Fort PLLC, with Michael Gershaw of Lloyd, I can't pronounce some of those names. Goslink, Roswell, and Townsend PC for all the city of Bruceville-Eddy water systems active PUC complaints. Okay? Compliance. Anybody have anything on that? Okay, Mr. Wiggins? Oh, you, I'm sorry. Both of y'all was, he's trying to, oh, there you go.
There we go. Okay, the only comment I really got to make on this is, it's not good legal practice to change attorneys in the middle of any litigation. One, it sends the wrong message to the opposing party, but two, you have a makeup period. When the new attorney comes on board, they have to be able to catch up to where you're at right now, which you end up paying for. Okay, so it's an additional cost. They have to be aware of what's going on and be prepared to go forward. If they're going to change direction or change their way of pursuing this legal action, okay, then it's going to be a significant change overall to the entire process. So what I'm saying is, it's not necessarily the best option to hire somebody else, good, bad, or indifferent. You've got an attorney on it who's a qualified attorney, unless there's good cause. And so I'd like to hear whether there's good cause to change.
All right, anybody else?
I agree with Mr. Gruden on, I'm sorry, I can't talk. I agree. I mean, do we have good cause to want to change these or anything along those lines to need that extra cost and everything?
Mr. Wiggins, he's putting on his slide down here.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to defer to Ken about good cost, but, to me, like I said, I know, Mr. Gershon, he did work here before, and he had a court case, and we took it to court, and we, won that case. He's very well known. That's what they do, is water. And you know, it's just like anything else. Some people are better than others. And my thing is he gonna cost us more? You know, probably so. But what do you wanna do? And to me, you know, we need to win. And I'm not talking about, let me say that I'm just thinking about 2 cases is all. I'm not talking about them taking over any issues with, legal issues with water that we have. I'm just talking about 2 current cases that we have that possibly might go to litigation. That's the ones I'm talking about. And I think it would, and even though Mr. McGrew thinks you don't wanna swap horses in the middle of the race, but sometimes you might need to. And that's just my opinion, you know. I wanna win the race.
Okay. Mr. Prater?
Do we know why we got rid of him the last time? He did work for us before. What was the reason for us stepping away from him that time?
So we have not stepped away from Mr. Rodriguez. He is still active on both of our PUC complaints. Matter of fact, we have mediation with one of the complainers tomorrow.
I think he's talking about Mr. Gershon.
Mr. Gershon.
Oh, Mr. Gershon. No, sorry. Yeah, he was hired, from my understanding, specifically for that case that we were.
So we did the same thing back in the past. We hired him to handle one certain case, and then he stepped back.
Is that right, Ms. Pam?
He was hired to take care of the water.
Water only.
All
And then-
of it? Why did we get rid of him?
Well,
Why did we get rid of him that time?
yeah. What,
We just didn't need him anymore at the time. Mr.
Oh.
Wiggins.
and I'll say this, the reason that it changed, Richard, was because when we went with, Measure Fort, they had a water attorney there at their, law office, you know.
Okay, I got you.
That's why, it wasn't that we got rid of them, we didn't get
Okay,
rid of them, we did, yeah,
I was just
because
wondering.
it was like a one-stop shopping type thing, and that's what we did. That's the reason why, we didn't get rid of them because maybe we didn't like them, or maybe he charged too much, or
Okay.
whatever. No, that wasn't
There was no
case at
cause,
all.
there was no cause.
No,
Okay.
there was no cost to get rid of him.
That's what I was asking, what was the cause that we got
No.
rid of him last?
Right,
that-
right.
But, yeah, I understand.
So other than liking this guy we're proposing to change to, do we have any other reasons other than he's done good work for us in the past?
Other than what now? I'm
Other
sorry.
than he's done good work for us in the past, I mean, do you have any additional reasons for wanting to change?
Well, the reasons being that the way, the quality of work he did for us in the past, and I just feel like we'd be better with him. I mean, that's just my feelings. I feel like he's better suited for this than the ones that we have, is all I'm saying. You know, I'm not saying let's get rid of who we have totally from now on.
Yeah.
We still give them some work, and they'll still be our water attorney, but in these 2 cases, let's throw them toward Mr. Gershon, because that's, to me, that's their specialty.
Is Mr.
And
Gershon willing
when,
to take
when we go to court, it's just like if you go to court. You can go down here and get you a cheaper lawyer, but you're probably gonna research and find I want the best lawyer. I want the one who's doing the best. I can go find me a cheaper one, but that might not be the best.
Have you talked?
And sometimes, and I'm a big money man, but sometimes it pays to spend a little extra money. I don't know how many times I've done that, I wish I'd spent a little extra money and done it this way. But, that's my reason. I don't, that's all.
Have you talked to Mr. Grushaw? Is he wanting to do this again, or?
Yes, I did have a conversation with Mr. Gershon. He is willing to take on these cases. He is at a much higher rate. Him and his attorneys are, I think, just under $400. His associates somewhere around the 300 mark, whereas our current attorney is at $195. And of course, paralegals that are going to be helping with this all have a much lower rate. So he has the capacity. He's very familiar with these cases. He could do this. However, I just will point out that we wouldn't be able to switch on the mediation that takes place tomorrow. And if we're able to come up with a solution that we can bring before council or approve it administratively tomorrow, then we might not need Mr. Gershon or Mr. Rodriguez's services on that specific case moving forward. But it does have the potential to move further down the road. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yeah.
But I was just thinking about two separate cases, and one of them you said had the potential to go to litigation. And I don't think it wasn't a mediation case. Don't we have 3 cases?
2 PUC complaints.
Two, okay.
Yes, sir.
Then maybe just that one then. I thought, but because it was a mediation that you said that could possibly go, right?
It could potentially go
Okay.
there. Yes, sir.
Well, then let's just give them this one case,
Okay.
the Stevenson.
Good to go.
Yeah, so that's the one that I would say is the Stevenson.
I mean, I want the best on that one.
Yeah, the tornado house lady.
Yeah.
The best on that one.
Yeah.
I don't care what happens.
Okay.
That's a case I'm talking about. I mean, the
I see where you're
Stevenson
going. I
case.
see where you're going.
Now, I need a motion.
I mean, if you are good with it, I'm good with it,
Yeah.
on the one case.
All right,
Yeah.
do we have a motion?
Yep, I'll make it.
Yeah, make
Okay,
I'll make the motion that, we use Mr. Gershon of Lloyd, Goslick, Rochelle, and Townsend for the, Stevenson case.
Stevenson case,
I'll second it.
okay. All in favor? Okay, 4 and 1 opposed? Okay.
You get that, Pam?
4 for, 1 not. Okay.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second.
Okay. Mr. Prater
like we
made a
just got
motion
here.
and Joyce seconded. It is now 9:52 and this regular council meeting is now adjourned. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Be sure to turn your mics off.
Take it easy, my friend.
I know it was a long one tonight. 5 to 5, 5 to 10.